It's Pink October again, and for those of you who do not know, October has been designated for creating awareness of breast cancer. Now, you want to join me and other medical practitioners here at the Preventive Multi-Specialist Hospital all through the month of October as we bring to you some causes, some effects, preventive measures and treatments of breast cancer. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli. You're welcome back from that break, and I'm seated with a general practitioner, the Preventive Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. Her name is Dr. Oyeronke Suliat. Weija. Yes, hello, Doc.
Hello.
Let's talk about cancer. What is cancer?
So cancer is abnormal growth of cells in the body. It can occur anywhere in the body, but it's basically when the cells grow abnormally, more than usual.
Okay, so there's cancer of the eye, the nose, the mouth,
any part of the body you can think of that has cells that can be a cancer.
Okay, so abnormal growth in the body means there's a normal process that cells grow in the body, but if it moves away from that process, it means that there's cancer. Okay, so now let's talk about breast cancer. How does it start and what exactly is breast cancer?
Okay, so breast cancer basically means abnormal cell growth in the breast. So in the breast, we have three types of cells in the breast. There's the lobule, which is where the milk comes from.
Okay.
And then you have the duct, which is the ductal cells, which forms the duct that act like a tunnel for the milk to flow through.
Okay.
And then you have fibrous tissues, tissue cells, which basically form like a supporting structure for all the ducts and the lobules in the breast. And you can have cancer in any of these tissue. So depending on the tissue where the cancer is from, like where the abnormal growth happens, then you have that particular type of cancer in the breast, basically.
Okay, so it's abnormal because why does something just start growing in a part of your body? So what brings out that abnormal growth? So talk about the causes of the cancer.
Okay, so in for breast cancer, okay, so for cancer in general, when cancer grows, so normally the cell, it goes through it divides, and then the cell grows for some number of days or years depending on the lifespan of the cell. Each cell has a lifespan in the body. So when the body gets to its full lifespan, the cell dies. Okay. But in the case of a cancerous cell, instead of them dying, they continue growing. They continue to divide and reproduce. And then they reproduce excessively, abnormally, out of the normal rate. So let's say maybe a cell is supposed to divide like 10 times. For a cancerous cell can divide like 100 times. So in the breast, there are factors and things that can lead to that abnormality coming on, like triggering the abnormality in the breast. So one of there are those you can work on, like you can do something about, and there are some that you are born with it and there's nothing you can do about it, really. So the ones you can do something about are like too much alcohol, smoking, being overweight, contraceptive use, some hormone therapy, basically for contraception, can increase your chances. So the alcohol, the smoking, they cause oxidation in your body, like oxidants, and that prones you to the cancer. Those are the ones you can do something about. The ones you cannot do something about is a woman's age. So the older, it's not just women and men can get breast cancer.
Yes, I was going to ask
but the older you grow, the higher the risk of you having an abnormal cell, and the higher the chance of you getting breast cancer. Okay, you can also get other cancers, but in this case we are talking about breast cancer.
Yes.
Okay. And apart from age, for women, if you menstruate earlier than usual, so usually they say before the age of 12, then you are at a higher risk of breast cancer. And if you have your menopause after age of 55, those women are more at higher risk of breast cancer. This is because they are exposed to hormones in the body. There are hormones that make a woman a woman. So your estrogen, for example, you are prone to it. And this hormone, they tell the cells to divide. They can encourage the cells to divide. So if you are exposed to it for a longer time, there's a higher chance that your cells will divide abnormally.
Okay.
Another risk factor is this one too you can modify really, is having children later than usual and not breastfeeding.
Okay,
as well.
so the last time I was here, Doc told me that the best age for any woman to give birth is 22 years. And we've all been marveled. So
Yes.
if you don't give birth early, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, so if you don't give birth early, you have a higher chance. So all these things I'm mentioning, all these risk factors I'm mentioning, doesn't mean that if you do them, you will definitely get breast cancer. It's just that
They are part of them.
So like the risk factors, so for you to get cancer or breast cancer in general, you have it's a multifactorial thing. It's not just one factor.
Okay.
So there is the lifestyle factor, the environmental factor, and then you have your genetics as well playing part. So I'm just mentioning some of these factors that can increase your chance. It's like playing a lottery. I mean, it's not a lottery anybody wants to win, but it's like playing a lottery. The more entry you have, the higher the chance of you being picked.
So it means that if you have maybe it's in your family line.
Yes.
So if you have the hereditary.
Yes. So I was going to come to that.
Okay.
So like hereditary is also a factor.
Okay.
So it is known that if you your first line, the female line, basically the mother, the sisters, and aunties, when they have breast cancer, there's a high chance that the person would have breast cancer. So this is because they carry some genes that can put them at a higher risk of breast cancer.
Right, so it means that if it's in your family and you also don't take good care of yourself, or like your lifestyle choices also come into play, then you have a higher chance of getting it. So if for the ones that you cannot control, if you are that kind of person, it means that you have to be extra careful about the ones that you can control.
And also you have to go for screening more often, so that when you have it, they can pick it up early and treat it early.
Okay, so how will I know that I have breast cancer?
Okay, so in the developed world, and I think Ghana is getting there as well, where people are getting screened regularly, is usually picked up from ultrasound scans or from mammogram when women are sent to go and do these things. But apart from that, people can present with a lump in the breast, okay, or a lump in the armpit. So also another symptom that people tend to present with is a rash or abnormality of the skin of the breast. So abnormalities such as reddening of the skin of the breast, thickening of the skin, and sometimes the skin might look like an orange peel, the way the tiny holes, dots in the orange peel, the way it looks.
Okay.
So they can come with that, or they could have an ulcer on the breast as well. they could also present with pain in the breast, or the breast might look abnormal as compared to the other side, like maybe bigger or look weird, like irregular shaped as compared to the other breast. They can also present with the nipple going inside or moving from the usual level it is. Having all these symptoms doesn't mean you have breast cancer, by the way. It could be caused by other things, other abnormality of the breast. So it's better when you have such symptoms, you come to the hospital. Don't think you have breast cancer until you are told you have. So because we have to go through a series of tests before it can be diagnosed.
Okay, so let's talk about screening. Now that you have an idea about what breast cancer can be, how you can get it, how often should you go for screening?
Okay, so for every woman is advised to screen their breast monthly at the same time in the month. So you can, there's the touch, look, and feel. So you look at your breast in the mirror, you touch it, and you feel for lumps in your breast. So they say you should get to know your breast. So with every month, you know what your breast feels like. And when you feel something abnormal, then you can call your doctor.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the preventive measures that anyone can adopt to prevent breast cancer.
Okay. So the most important thing you can do to prevent breast cancer is eating healthy. So if you have a good, healthy diet, lot of vegetables, you reduce your risk of cancer, not just breast cancer, any cancer.
Okay.
Reducing alcohol intake. So the lower, you should try and reduce the amount of alcohol you take, or if possible, stop taking alcohol as a whole.
But people say wine is good for the body.
Yes. So when they say you can take 1 glass of wine, there are different kinds of wines. So the regular wine is what they meant, like the red wine. Okay. They have lower alcohol intake. They are not talking about whiskey or vodka.
Or gin.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So reduce the intake of alcohol. Or stop at all.
Yes. Okay. Smoking. If someone smokes,
any type of
smoking, you increase your chance of getting cancers. This is because they give you oxidants in the body, and it increases your chance of getting cancer, like your cells becoming abnormal, and increase your chance of getting cancers in general. Exercise, good exercise. It's important that you exercise daily or weekly. You should make it a routine to increase your exercise, so that you can reduce your risk of getting cancers. Yes.
Okay.
Also, a woman should take fish oil. Not just women, men too, because men can get cancer as well. Fish oil contains a lot of nutrients and a lot of antioxidants, which protects you from cancers, including breast cancer.
Okay. Fish oil.
Yes, fish oil.
That's new.
Yes, and then, like I said earlier, the TLC, touch, look, and call your doctor if there's any abnormality in your breast.
All right. Thank you very much. Touch, look, or call your doctor whenever you spot any form of abnormality in your breast. Thank you very much, Dr. Suliat.
Thank you
for helping us with that education. My name is Stella Jejom Sugli, and we'll be back with another episode.
world has seen a lot of great players in the last decade and a couple of years back. But which player or a group of players made you to fall in love with football? Let me hear from you in the comment section and on this show as I interact with Ghanaians on this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Which player or a group of players made you to fall in love with football? Follow me as I get some interesting answers from Ghanaians today at Ekow Lorry Station. You can also join the show with your comments in the comment section, but follow me and let's see the response from Ghanaians. This is GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joel Lishen. So today we are asking on this episode of the Sports Debate, which player or players made you to fall in love with football? We are Ekow interacting with football fans. I'll start with my man right here, and then I'll find out from him which footballer or footballers made him to fall in love with football. Pacho mo kwa ba GhanaWeb TV so. Watch a great players be bring na why enama okodo football.
Ni mo die mi be hu abedi pele yi ni ball bia mi hu ye no. Ti mi dia abedi pele mo die mi hu no se mi hwe ni ball anytime I me hwe blaster abedi wo mu mi hu awon kikan bi wo.
Iti abedi pele na ma woni je ball. Enti wo be ka say o retire you interest for ball no aba from kaka.
Chile for idea apart from maybe I retire na can still be appear mo na ma omunsu mo energy kakra ba omunsu fi mu idea se si ade ehun ni ekoko
abedi pele na
mi mo die se ka ni mi hu ya mi hu no extraordinary ba Steve Apia onunsu mi hu an brazil bi woni mu ti se ni otumi chiche players ni amanu ba abedi no die ni style of play ni senior owobo mu a ema chese akoma die tie na nu side ba e ba no ti se senior crowd press ye Brian hu asini nyama any team here there and them use Steve Apia there ye nya ni so
okay enti abedi pele no o game bi o a obobo and then in day na o kai pa
mi say Senegal 92 no
92 Oye
Nkonyama even match now miss here no enu na ma the rain fee up to date enu hunti ya to yenu ya hunse enu hunti na anya kwa anji cap.
All right, so he's going for Abedi Pele, 3 times African Footballer of the Year, the only Ghanaian to have won the award 3 times, and I think one of the first to win it 3 consecutive times. Abedi Pele is the footballer who made him to fall in love with football, but he also admires what Stephen Appiah also did in his career. I have another gentleman here. Let me find out from him. Footballer Ben Enema who called dog football.
Oh, Stephen Appiah.
Stephen Appiah. No ma Ben or your bow more nema weniji.
Stephen Appiah, you be a Tama or Blaster Mono, Tim no, and Body Bono was so papa, and or dry a war football no mono, there was so. Until my manage Stephen Appiah football.
Okay, Stephen Appiah. Alright, so it is Stephen Appiah for him, and then Abedi Pele. Let me also hear from you. Which footballers made you to fall in love with the sport? Let me hear from you in the comment section. My Mr. Pacho, team men are supporting.
Ghana is supporting
Asante Kotoko. And outside is also supporting Chelsea. Supporting Chelsea. Mamindi can found by Ghana. Ghana had no Kotoko player by and a man like Osha now or Naima or Kotoko pa.
Support Kotoko, I mean, call me Miana. Okay, the betting as a betting. Me, I remember now, ye mati players baby bear, Mammy Boom, Okun Tinimu, 24 Necropon and no more board members and I said for Matumidi. They almost want me to do the woman as a for now. Copax over her born as a for now, in terms of bedroom, no more. Chastela Moso by as a form no copac out to say, Wilmuna, Copac home, and an old body by Hindria. no mo nyina no enkofo bia oba park na eboa ma ko hebo na we leje
okay na so you call outside also supporting Chelsea player bay and a man who call door Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea, you support Chelsea there. Oh, me say me Ghana ni. Be na Ghana player akobo Chelsea.
ACN.
Okay. Be ono no ojina Chelsea. Medfield ho na oye adwuma no a otumu say we ni age say no ho. And there were in terms of abrofonu so mu a na your players be and I say for me do me petim better players and I say for them in time follow.
Alright, so for Asante Kotoko, he started supporting the club as a young boy. But for Chelsea, it was the love of Michael Essien. That is why he is still a Chelsea fan. Watching Essien dictate play in the Chelsea midfield was something he loved to see. So that is why he is a Chelsea fan. Team men are supporting Liverpool. Who supporting Liverpool? Who supporting Liverpool? No, Eddie Febe saying.
Oh, I check more than 10 years.
More than 10 years.
No, me team support.
Yeah. Player Bain. And I was sharing with Liverpool. Or my condo team.
Oh, tell them condo team because of what team or Pambe. So when I coach in Sobano and Mama Kuma could team no more.
Okay, it says Steven Gerrard, no. I don't know how car on why am I
make carry my way team Italy. AC Milan. How far so many AC Milan take up from with them. Okay. We manage more.
Alright, he's a Liverpool fan, but he supports Liverpool because of his love for Steven Gerrard. He remembers the legendary captain for his role when Liverpool overturned a 3-0 scoreline to beat AC Milan in the UEFA Champions League final. Team men are supporting
Barcelona.
Who supporting Barca? Who says I was supporting Barca? No, Eddie Febe say.
Oh, more than 10 years.
More than 10 years. And we team no, we with great players, baby. Player bay and I will share now. Ma con doye.
Messi.
Leo Messi. No ma ben and yana ma con do say we share no.
Even your Bobo no ko ani nya chance be free kick beto ho man ya. Obegyina ho de eze o de to atena mu. It was so good na team any Japan.
Around Leo Messi and making the senior debut in before 2005. No one supported Barca.
Nam supported Barca.
Now supported Barca.
Nam supported Barca.
But Sabre no player by
Iniesta.
All right. So you have a young man. He mentioned Lionel Messi and Andres Iniesta as the two players who made him fall in love with football club Barcelona. Which players also made you to fall in love with football and then your respective teams? Let me hear from you in the comment section. All right, so we are asking again. I have this driver here. I'm going to find out from him which player or players made him to fall in love with football. GhanaWeb TV. What's a great players they bring. Player bang and as a players bang and on more time on my we need J football.
Oh, me Ghana had Stevia Pia Motam. And Sulu Muntali.
Okay.
That time they can say ball. I'm there near ball. Every time I run a deal and it's a Maretu. I'm a bobon. And if you manage you a ball. And then so the other fancy Messi so a year. The ball I'm a time there. The ball near great. It's almost free blast time, Mama. You need GDPR with him.
Okay, and Steve Napiamo and Sulemu. And then no more yes, so quite Emma, Emma would dog game so quite and therefore into me.
What's this that? I'm a normal Bob big teams. Our brute to a bar. I'm home mine. And the players have on Saudi, Egypt anyway. To Amunan and 10 minutes is so more. I'm a bar. I'm Sikashamane home. So almost if you appear Motamo, I'm do a man, a sewer bosso, and a bob on. As in the boys and about Scanom would deny. Tell Mammy, I say they're born a day. Last party, I made me support to me.
So for Ghana, he fell in love with the Ghana national team and Ghana football in 2006 when Steven Tornado Apia was the captain of the Black Stars alongside the Asians, the Sule Muntaris. They made him to fall in love with Ghana football. After the exit, he hasn't really been a keen follower of Ghana football, and to him, those players, because they were playing for top clubs in Europe, Stephen Appiah was playing for Juventus, ACN was playing for Chelsea, Nimde3, Inter Milan. Those players, because of their quality, they were able to fight for the team and play with passion. That is why he loved watching those crop of players. But these ones are not really doing what their predecessors did, and that is why now he doesn't really follow Ghana football. Which football has made you to fall in love with football? You've watched arguably great players. Today, that is what we are here to find out. I'm at Circle to interact with many football fans. I have two gentlemen here, so I'll start with this one. What footballers be bring na Ghana any amount players been and mama who fall in love with football. Mama go no so when when so Henry Arsenal and then Henry in cinema kondo so be he no
your man me kondo he say one obuade okay two over discipline okay nia obeye bia na committee foul ana bibia on kasa okay go o se kra na e se enye go a on ha no ho obesan se go and your man me ni die e follow English Premiership and your man me share football okay e kan so na man me di Chelsea okay because African stars and e wo ho okay ndini say Chelsea be ball now e say me ko e ho ko he ball e go am me predict say Chelsea win but na bia na Chelsea
okay enti who so we support Chelsea mu team no mu Chelsea player ben and ma ko do say we support Chelsea
player no Eto Drogba Michael Essien okay and me support to Chelsea okay because African stars okay say support to Chelsea okay into me support to Chelsea okay. Alright, so first of all, it was Henry, Arsenal legend. Henry, he was the reason why he fell in love with football. But he's a Chelsea fan also because of the African contingent the club recruited in the 2004-5 season thereabouts. Michael Essien, Didier Drogba, Solomon Kalou, and all the African stars. They were the reason why he fell in love with Chelsea Football Club. But in general, it was Thierry Henry, Arsenal legend, later played for Barcelona and then in the French national team. He was the reason why he fell in love with the sport. Alright, and footballer Ben Amao Okondo ball. Leo Messi.
And then Messi ball a year ball my Okondo say o ball.
Do onyabo like or relax my ball. Okay. And at the same time do or change name change also. Grandma me kondo ball.
Ronaldinho ama Okondo ball.
Ronaldinho dey kakra bag. I say me show Messi dey na more than Ronaldinho dey.
It's that how can say Leo Messi e was so e ball mu chen
Ronaldinho.
Na omom ka say Ronaldo so ni ball na.
Ronaldo dey on osia also me ye dey wo me. On na osia on me nyepe. Okay. Nti Ronaldo to me for no compare Messi.
It would Leo Messi na ma Okondo ball.
No apart from no me nim player bia bio.
Alright, that's it. Footballer Ben I share na ma Okondo ball. Neymar. And Neymar Emba 211 one way kono. It 205 207 in now Okondo ball.
David.
Now kon
Neymar play bia like ojobo mo boy efe.
Okay.
Yeah, me kwa me shabo me ni jipa. Sekof ebi kwa na Neymar ni match a me shabo. I did all match before and I was trouble. And you know, they may pay like me who's a bob, I mean,
Neymar is the one who made me to fall in love with football. How he creates excitement with his feet when handling the ball is one of the biggest attributes I look out for. And then now it's normally looking like if Neymar is not in a game, I don't like watching football. That's what this gentleman said. Let me find out from this one too. Footballer Ben Amao Kondobo.
Cristiano
Ronaldo. Enuti Ronaldo nyoma ben or your ball more. What shy amount of condona when the same to come Ronaldo like Obobo. Like what's an example now? I'm on Morano costume. Like I'm a personal. I'm on a personal Vimson or Cosumbo. But I didn't in the society about me at the count. Or to know I don't know where this one or born in the ball. But my umbo, Ronaldo Bobo. What my semester 3. No, at the end of the day, we're not the best of go. No, so what's an example? No, like Obo says no. I will not about Matt Carnegie. Alright, so it's Cristiano Ronaldo for him. Ronaldo is the one who made him to fall in love with football. In this episode of the Sports Debate, that was what we asked Ghanaians, which players or a group of players made you to fall in love with football. Let me hear from you in the comment section with your response. It has been another exciting episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. The name has always been Joel Eshen. Make sure to subscribe to our channel, like, share, and then do enjoy the rest of our program. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
You can see that properties and lives are being destroyed. When you go to Tetegu, our nearby communities, we've learned that this morning 4 people have lost their lives due to the spillage of the water.
The Ghana Water Company Limited for the past 3 days has been spilling excess water from the Weija Dam. This has resulted in flooding in areas around the Weija Dam. Residents here tell us that the situation this year is like never seen before. Hundreds have been displaced with several homes flooded. On this special episode of Say It Loud, we bring you a special coverage of this year's Weija Dam spillage and its consequential flooding in the areas of Weija. My name is George AC and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. It's a special coverage of this year's Weija Dam spillage, which has resulted in quite unprecedented flooding in various communities around the Weija area. As you can see in our shots, these are residents who are trying to salvage some of their properties, but it is clear that the impact is very severe. Several homes have so far been submerged. The water levels are very high. As a matter of fact, the residents say this year's flooding is very much unprecedented. It has really never happened this way before. We came this morning to meet several residents who, as a matter of fact, slept outside yesterday. Those who could leave have left. Some are sleeping in hotels. Those who can afford it are sleeping in hotels. And those who have no other means had to sleep on the streets. We saw some people who have erected tents, whilst others slept out in the open. We are in this particular house, which is just a few meters away from the main road, and behind this house is other houses and buildings extending hundreds of meters back. So this should give you a picture of the extent of the flooding. And here, as you can see, the water has already made its way into the room, and it is rising in its level. Sir, you live in this area. Yeah. How have you been affected?
Oh, okay. My name is Emmanuel. We live around close to the road, thinking that the water will not make its way to the road. But as we are speaking, the water has entered our rooms. We have to relocate our things to friends and people that we know. So we are being affected. and I can't say the government should come and give us an aid, because according to reports that we've gathered, we learned the main dam is almost at the verge of breaking. So they just have to be opening the water bit by bit for the spillage to go through. So if this is not done, I believe that the whole of the community will be flooded if the bridge breaks down. So for now, we just have to manage it like this. But some people's items have been taken away by the water. Surprisingly, they were not at home before. So the water made its way to the room and took some of the things away. But we are glad that some of us were able to take our things away before it happens. So that is what I can say.
But before this, this is something that happens annually, and I believe that usually you would receive notice from the Ghana Water Company Limited. What happened this year? Did you get any notice?
We've not got any notice. And then secondly, too, it happens annually, but it has never gotten to this extent. When my mother-in-law was telling me about this, she said it was in 1991 that the spillage came to this extent. But this particular year, because they said some of the water bodies, there was too much rainfall, so it's like it's breaking down the bridge. So this is what has happened. We have not gotten any notice, and even if we've gotten notice, what can we do? There's nothing we can do.
But for some people, this is an area where a dam is around, and
we build close to the dam.
That is the issue, right?
I know that is what everybody is saying.
So why?
But here lies the case. When you come, if you calculate, let's go this way. If you calculate the distance between where the spillage water passes and then where our rooms are built or our houses are built, we are almost like 30 meters away from the water. But here is an instance, the water, it has been opened beyond what has normally been open. So there is nothing we can do. So if somebody is at somewhere saying that, why do we know that this is an incident, and then we go on to build around the Accra is now flooded, and we want to stay in Accra. I believe that you also want to, everybody that is listening to us want to stay in Accra. And then here lies the case, we've not gotten money to go and build that where we desire. So actually we have to manage and then be in the system for a meantime. If God willing and we've got our money, then we go wherever we want to build.
But so far, have you heard anything from the National Disaster Management?
No.
Have they been around here?
We only saw some people yesterday from the Gassat Assembly coming around to come and tell us that everybody should move from the if your house is close to the water, we should move away from there. That is all. The MC has not been here, the MP has not been here, nobody. If your cameraman can capture this guy, the guy who is going, he is the guy who was pulling people's things. He is the one pulling people's things. Have you seen? He's the one picking people's items from the house since yesterday up till now. So nobody should be as someone and blame us that why do we build close to the water bodies? Because we normally know that the water has never been opened up to this extent. It was in 1991.
So yes, all forms of efforts are being deployed in terms of salvaging valuables and rescuing even animals who have been affected by this situation. With canoes and people who are able to swim, residents of Weija are doing everything possible to save themselves from the impact of this flooding. The spillage of the dam and the consequential flooding has affected a lot of residents of Weija. We have with us one of the residents to tell us about the impact it has had on him. Boss, how have you been affected by the flooding?
It's very serious. You can see that properties and lives are being destroyed. When you go to Tetegu, our nearby communities, we've learned that this morning 4 people have lost their lives due to the spillage of the water. Tetegu is just around. Yeah, 4 died. Yeah, that's what we've heard this morning. They are our brothers, so we make contact because when the excess water overflow, it affects a whole lot of community. So this morning they started it started coming small gradually, but this morning when we woke up we saw that the volume of the water is so severe. So people affected should move their things outside.
But the issue some people are raising is that this area is is in the dam, in the area of the dam. And so if there's a spillage, then there's the likelihood that the place might be flooded. So the question then is, knowing the state of this area, why do people build here? Why do you rent here? Why do you live here?
Actually, they've been warned several times. The truth is they've been warned several times and they are aware. Listen, every year we experience that they open the dam, and when they open it's like we see how gradual the water comes up. But this time around they are so severe, and we are appealing to them to move, because this thing is not. We are aware of climate change. You are aware of climate change, and now it's raining, so we appeal to them to move. The best thing is for them to move.
Boss, how did you sleep last night? Badly, because no notice was served on us. The spillage happens annually, but this year took us by surprise. We were all in our rooms when we saw the water coming in with a lot of pressure. I went out for a bit, and when I returned, the whole of my room was flooded. All my properties have been destroyed. I retreated when I opened my door and saw the state of the room. We were not given any notice at all. They would usually open the dam and keep the pressure at a low level, so the impact is minimal. But everything happened suddenly this year.
But this time, no man cry.
The dam was not open in August as expected. So what are you doing about your current situation? There is little we can do as we are stranded. The whole town has been affected. Those who can afford it have gone to sleep in hotels. Now we are the ones watching over their homes.
The whole town. The whole town. The whole town. The cry yes, I share a scaffold be almost fear the one because I'm to no matter to call down test.
Now, are you supposed to live here knowing the area falls in the radius of the dam? This area is not part. The spillage is just too much.
I said when there too much damage, we are too much.
Has any official been here? No.
What are you doing about your situation? There's very little we can do now. We are now moving our belongings, and our last result will be that we'll move our items into the road. Have you heard anything from the Ghana Water Company Limited? No, we have not heard anything from them. What we are hearing is that they will open the dam more. So that is likely to get worse than what it is now. The water was further away this morning, and now it has gotten to this point, which means they have spilled more of the excess water.
Since I came here.
How long have you been here?
18 years. I was here 18 years now. Have you experienced this thing before? The government should do something about it. They should do something about it, and not much should come to our aid to help us. Because where we are now, we are here for a loan. Look at the story building over there, and the buildings over here, big ones, all has flooded.
So that is the situation of residents here at Weija. It is quite bad. So these are the students of the Weija DAJHS, and they have joined in the evacuation of properties. These are young students who I believe are helping some of the residents affected by this flooding. I will try and speak to some of these students to find out from them what has prompted their efforts this morning. Hello, come. How are you? What's your name?
My name is Susie Ted.
Whose properties are you moving?
Please, I'm moving my classmate's mother's property.
Your classmate has been affected, so you are helping her?
This, yes.
Oh, okay. Have you been affected by the flood?
Please, no.
These are students of the Weija DAJHS, and they are helping out some of their mates and colleagues whose homes have been flooded. Please evacuate their properties, and it's quite a heartwarming situation amidst this whole situation. They are frantically at it, helping their colleagues. Come. What's your name? Whose properties are you moving? Where's Mensa? Okay, so we'll go and speak to Mensa.
Please, her mother is there.
Okay. So Mensa is a student of Weija DAJHS. Her home is being flooded, and in solidarity, her colleagues from her school have joined to evacuate. Mommy,
it happened suddenly, and I have young children with nobody to help me evacuate my things. So I had to beg young students and their teachers to help me. Unfortunately, some of the things have been flooded. My children are also in school, so their colleagues came to help me. We have saved some of our belongings, but the water has carried some away. I have really been affected. I rented this house exactly a month ago. I inquired from the landlord if the area is flood prone, but he assured me it doesn't flood here. 2 weeks after I moved in, it rained here. I was in town, and when I got home, the house was flooded to my knee level. It happened again just this Saturday, and I complained to the landlord. She assured me she would do something about it. But when the dam was open, it looked threatening, so I sent my kids away to go sleep somewhere else. And by morning, the water entered our room. As I speak to you now, the water has taken away my 1,500 cedis, and by God's grace, I have been able to salvage some of my belongings, but my 1,500 is missing. The landlord has left with her husband since yesterday without saying anything.
So our mother here says she's lost properties and money worth over 1,500 Ghana cedis. She rented the room just a little over a month ago, and this is what has happened to her. And then I see Andra.
Yesterday I was home when the area started flooding. My house is a story building behind the park, so I decided to leave. I even fell in the water while attempting to escape and had to be rescued by some men. I returned today to retrieve my properties, but the entire place is engulfed in water. I have lost everything, including 10 bags of rice I had purchased for my business. This site even looks better. My house is back there where the situation is very bad. This is really painful.
So some 3 days ago, the Ghana Water Company Limited started spilling excess water from the Weija Dam. This has resulted in flooding in several communities around the Weija area. Areas like Tetegu and all other places have seen significant cases of flooding. I have with me now one of the landlords in the Weija area, Mr. Elvis, to speak to him about the impact of this situation. Mr. Elvis, as a landlord, how has this affected you and your tenants and other residents of Weija?
It has affected us much because we didn't anticipate that this thing will come to this extent. Because they normally open, the last time that this type of spillage came was 1999. As I can remember in 2003 there. But this one is very serious. Because I don't know what the engineer was waiting before opening this thing, because I learned this thing happened Saturday. Saturday, the volume of water in Koforidua and so forth was much. And this spill on this thing, how they call it, Kofodua surroundings and so forth. The road, some of the distance were flooded, and so there are shops and so forth. But now I can say, so they even, I don't know whether they didn't listen or they didn't have information about it. They waited from Saturday up to Sunday before opening this, and this has affected a lot of people in this very area. As I'm speaking, we are in Weija now. It has affected a lot of people in Weija. And going to Tetegu and so forth, choice and so forth, everybody is affected. So I may think that some people didn't work well. That's what I will say.
You seem to be blaming the Ghana Water Company, but then there's this concern of residents and people in Weija building in places they know that are prone to flooding, especially when the dam is spilled. As a landlord, if you hear this kind of arguments or issues being raised, what will be your answer?
Oh, well, I may not say they are right, because as we are expanding, the population in Ghana is expanding, and there's no land, and some of the places we are not prone to that, but this one has been roping too much. So the first they tell us that there's spillage, but every spillage they have a canal which pass through. But this one, it has overflowed its bank, which we may say that is not proper how they do their things.
Talking about properly doing their things, that's in the case of the Ghana Water Company Limited. Did you get any prior notice ahead of the spillage? No.
It was only last Sunday before we heard that they are coming to open the thing. That was in the morning also and the afternoon. But in the morning, I may say these things happen in Kofodua, and the dam is in Kofodua. We have Densu River coming from Kofodua. They saw it, that place has been full. So the moment that place full, they have to close it, open the air so that it will pass. So if like they open it in that Saturday morning and coming, this problem will not be. Though it is raining, but you have to open. But they are thinking that, oh, this thing it will shut their water. But I don't think that they did the fair work.
About the impact, what specifically can you mention in terms of properties and probably lives or whatever? What can you mention has been lost so far?
Oh, in property, there we may say a lot of properties have been destroyed. We are thinking of human being now. There are properties that one we can't count it, because full of thousands and money. We can't count our properties, but because our life, and we learned that in Tetegu 4 lives have been lost now, and this is very bad. And Tetegu per se, it's coming through the gutter on the Tetegu main road going to the township. It's not that they are near to the river, but it's coming. It passed through the gutter to their homes.
So the Weija Dam runs through several communities in the Weija area. Areas like Tetegu, as it stands now, have been badly impacted. Various means are being deployed by the residents to salvage their properties and safeguard their lives as well. And for the likes of Mr. Elvis and other residents of Weija, they are hopeful that the situation will subside in due time for their lives to return to normal. This has been a special episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi. Special thanks to my cameraman, Mr. Kwame Ajaho. Until we meet for our next episode. Bye.
Mr. President, Nana Adodankwa William Akufo-Addo. Leaders are elected to solve problems, but you have only come to create more problems for the country, only to turn around to massage the problems with flowery speeches and empty promises. Ghanaians are tired of your flowery speeches and useless rhetorics. Your so-called fight against Galamsey has been a spectacular failure, and the only way to salvage it is for you to man up and finally begin to crack the whip on your errant appointees and MPP functionaries who are neck deep in the Galamsey business. A business that is killing all of us, because water is life. And it is said that when the last tree dies, the last man dies. So when you destroy water bodies and you destroy forest reserves with reckless abandon and brazen impunity like we are witnessing currently, you are more than a murderer. Mr. President, we demand the immediate prosecution of all government functionaries and MPP officials who have engaged in illegal mining, such as Charles Visu, Chama Wuntumi. The evidence is clear. The Minerals Commission, your own Minister for Lands and Natural Resources say Chama Wuntumi is doing Galamsey in the Tano Nimde3 Forest Reserve. You don't need any other evidence before you can prosecute him. And Yowusu, Ekow, Professor Frimpong Boateng, among others. This will be the first step to your redemption and serve as a deterrent to other people within your government and party. You need to send a clear signal to Ghanaians that anyone caught in Galamsey will be dealt with without fear or favor, regardless of their party colors. We are pretty sure that you have followed recent events pertaining to the illegal mining activities of a company belonging to Bernard and Pibu Siakon, aka Chama Wuntumi, who is the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the ruling New Patriotic Party. The said company, known as Akonta Mining Limited, is reported to have been engaging in extensive illegal mining activities in the Tano Nimde3 Forest Reserve, located in Samreboy in the Western region, without any mining lease, mineral rights, or permits to undertake any mining operations in the Tano Nimde3 Forest Reserve. This fact has been confirmed by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Minerals Commission. Yet, Chama Wuntumi is still walking free. As earlier reviewed, Chama Wuntumi is one of the biggest and leading Galamsey kingpins in this Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, whose Galamsey footprints have left vast devastation in various forest reserves in the Ashanti, Eastern, Western, and Western North regions of this country. Emboldened by the nonchalance and lukewarm posturing of President Akufo-Addo, MPP bandits and thugs who now work for Chama Wuntumi's mining companies had the effrontery to engage in an open armed combat with the anti-Galamsey task force of the Ochehene at Asamai Tanfo in the Eastern region only 2 weeks ago. And maybe you have seen it, some may not have seen it. So as for this one, let's play the video so that those who have not seen it can watch it, because it is quite recent. Combat. These are the bandits we are talking about. It is very painful to be a Ghanaian at this time, because this is how low our country has sunk. Are we at war? What crime have we committed? What wrong have we done, President Akufo-Addo and these people, that in the name of Galamsey, they can engage in such armed combat in a community without even caring about the children, the women, the old men, the young people in the community, and the unintended consequences of the guns they were firing on these people. They didn't care, because for them, party hiska. This is how brazen Wuntumi has become. in its indiscriminate galamsey activities and destruction of the environment under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Alhaji Bawumia. And let me say, we read in the media that Wontumi has said somewhere, I stand to be corrected, and we read in the media that he said somewhere that if he's arrested, he will come and campaign for the NDC. Mr. Wontumi, we don't need you. And we will not accept you, because the NDC is not a safe haven for thieves and people who destroy water bodies, our lands and our forest reserve. We don't need people like you to campaign for us. Death is a part of life, but this grim pest has strong minds, knots up the chest up so tight, and the unbearable pain is just not right. If life is a movie, then we're all actors and actresses acting up in this true story of life. A true story of life that needs no script. Everybody knows this, that all work and no play makes Jack a door boy. So we do our work right. We know the door boy. Sometimes we're heroes, sometimes we're villains, depending on what life faces us with. It's all lights, camera, action, but when the action comes to a stop, the heart stops beating, the respiratory system starts breathing. No more action, no more lights, not even cameras. And we know that we're supposed to be laid to rest in peace after a long day's work. You always sung talent songs of praise, and you want us to respond that with a dirge. No, how can I sing? True, the Lord calls the best to come be with him. So you adhering to the Lord's call, supplanting, you be forever in our hearts. Rest in power, Ekow Blankson.
So ordinarily, you see a bubbly Abrantipa introducing your favorite arts and entertainment review talk show, eForum, on GhanaWeb TV. But the narrative is different, and that's because we've lost one of our bosses, Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was the commercial manager of Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited. And so we dedicate this episode of eForum to Mr. Ekow Blankson, who passed on the 3rd of October 2022. Welcome to eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Together with Fiber and Mr. Amwa, we say welcome. I've been joined by my colleagues, and like I mentioned earlier, we're doing this in memory of Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was an integral part of this company. He was the commercial manager of ADPU. And I remember those days when we were doing shows, programs here, whenever I would MC, there are two people who will commend me, three, when I'm done. He's one of them. Ed is one of them. And it's difficult to do this, but we have to. Edward is the editorial coordinator, GhanaWeb. Romeo is a regular pundit or panelist. He's an event organizer, artist manager. Madina, social welfare assemblyman. Eric is the deputy of Mr. Ekow Blankson, deputy commercial manager at ADPU, and Nana Amwa is a flutist. We just got to know that Nana Amwa was very close to Mr. Ekow Blankson. Actually, when we were doing the production, we didn't know he was the one coming to play the flute. And so, gentlemen, thanks for coming. And I'll begin with Eric. That's because Eric has had, you know, that rapport with him for the fact that he is his deputy. And Eric, what was your last moment with Mr. Blankson?
That was physically, that was Friday.
Okay.
I think we departed around the office for the weekend around 6:30 to 7 p.m. He was even asking me to go home and take care of my family, and that's why I needed to do around 2 things. Mm-hmm. And then we had a plan for the weekend because we were supposed to go to the Emmy Africa Awards, which were invited. We had 2 tickets, and there was another event that GhanaWeb was going to be honored at the AH Hotel. So we came to a conclusion. I, myself, and Joseph were to go to the conference center for the Emmy Awards, and he was supposed to pick the award on behalf of GhanaWeb at AH Hotel together with Lion and other things. So that's how we left on Friday. I got back home from the events 3 a.m. That's Sunday, and I mean I was tired, so slept the whole day. Around 4 p.m. I got up, prepared, and got to Tema for family meeting. We finished the family meeting. I got home around 9 thereabouts, and exactly 9:21 p.m. his message. And he sent a message. Checking up on me, and informing me that he wasn't feeling too good after church, and he needed to rush to see the doctor. Like a normal kind of thing. So he shared photos of himself at the facility and shared videos. So I thought it was okay. Then he followed up about 10 minutes after the informing me that he is at the hospital facility. Then he gave me an instruction, that a normal kind of workflow. Because Monday, we were expecting a courtesy call from Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, and then the international one. So basically, he was the one to coordinate that call on us in the office here. Then he said, Eric, kindly coordinate all these events, make sure the directors of the company, he mentioned all their names, he mentioned Rob's name, the founder, and make sure everybody is part of this. And then he made a comment, get ready, then ... 3 dots, They said we will talk about this matter another time. That's okay. I noted, but I ignore the bits of get ready. I didn't understand what it means. So then we continued. We had our normal chats, and I went to sleep. But I needed to get up very early, get to the office, and prepare for the KTC call from the CMD team. So I got to the office around 5:30 a.m. thereabouts. So the first thing I did was to notify all the stakeholders of the meeting. Then after I did that, and then they responded that indeed they were going to come for the meeting, I tried to get in touch with him to give me an update. I sent a message, 5 minutes, no response, 10 minutes, no response. Then I was like, what is happening? And because I'm very close to the family, the wife and everybody, then the first thing, which is very unusual of me, I picked the call around 6, I can't tell the exact time. And I called the wife. So when the wife picked the call, the response, the way in which she responded to me, then all of a sudden I thought something was wrong. And she says, Eric, your brother is gone. Because we don't see ourselves as co-workers. I mean, we call ourselves brother. That's how the wife refers to me. That's how he himself refers to me. If we have, issues, or the day I come to office and my mood is not good, and he asks me, so everything is fine, the next call will come from the wife.
So it's more like a family.
A family. So that's how it happened. I don't know.
Let me go to Nanamwa. What story do you have to tell about you and Ekow? Where did you meet and where was the last time?
Okay, thank you. I know Mr. Blankson way back 2000 at the School of Performing Arts when Professor Martin Owusu was asked to direct the Blankets for a screen play for SHS as their textbook. So myself and him were supposed to travel to Cape Coast to shoot our scene. So myself, Ekow Blankson, Professor Martin Owusu and other people were at Cape Coast. And from there we had another one, that is John Mensa Saba. That one too was directed by Professor Martin Owusu. And in fact, whenever Ekow sees me, he said, Munyebein, you know, as fantas we say, Munyebein, Otsren, Masiboko. So always we speak our local dialect. So I think it was Tuesday or Monday that I heard from one of our colleagues, Sadat. He saw me and he said, Nana, Ekow. I said, Ekow. Which Ekow? Blankson. I said, because I saw him when we were having Sandiaka's this thing at Performing Arts. He was there and he was introduced by one of his mates, my director, Ekow. So it's like, since then I haven't seen Ekow again till what I heard from Sadat. And in fact, I was receiving messages from my friends asking whether it was true. I said yes. So all that I would say is Ekow is a good man. Always when you see him, you want to know that you know him. So we will start with you, Charlie Otselen. That is all that I can say about him.
Ed, what memories do you have of him, apart from he being an integral part of the running of the company?
Oh, a lot. I mean, I was telling you about my first encounter with him was when he was with Accra Brewery, and the shows he used to do on TV. He was very popular on TV. Then I never even thought I would see him one day in person. And then one day I come to the office and then he's introduced as our marketing manager. It was a shocker. But you see, there are people that naturally they are just different, irrespective of the society or the standard they find themselves in. And he's achieved a lot in his life. I mean, in acting and in his personal life, in managing companies and things like that. But his presence here, it was like somebody, he was just like any of us here. He was very down to earth. One thing I liked most about him was that he was a fantastic listener. He would just get to you, ask you a question, and he's so quiet listening to you, and it marveled me a lot because a lot of people don't have that kind of trait. People are eager to speak, but he was always ready to listen, and he would look at you. From afar, when he sees you, he makes you know that he's seen you. He waves at you, he smiles, he's very nice, and he's very interested in things you say. There are a couple of times we've had conversations that personally I felt like he shouldn't be interested, but the level of interest he shows in things that are not directly affecting him, and it made it easy to talk to him. I remember, I think last week Thursday, when we were in the office, it was raining, so he passed by my desk, and I was laughing. I was teasing him. I think he came around your desk. I was teasing him that because of the rain, they are now finding different routes to enter the building, and then we laughed over it. And then on Friday, I was at the car park, and then he passed by. I think they had a meeting or something like that. He passed by, and then he said, "What's up?" I said, "Fine, cool." And he looked okay, you know. So, I mean, all of us, one way or the other, we are sick one way or the other, but he was himself, and nothing suggests that this is somebody who's not feeling well or has a medical problem. Like, he was himself. He was the Ekow that we've known from when he came, and the Ekow that we were with on the Monday. And then I think on Monday I came and I met Eric. I mean, I was on the phone, and Eric was like, "Okay, I need to come. There's something." I thought it was the usual, because you know Eric and I. So
he likes giving pressure.
So I thought it was his usual thing of unnecessary pressure, maybe some bogus issue. So I told him to wait. I dropped my bag and I came back to him around the car park, and then he said that Ekow had died. He said, I was shocked. I even had to sit on the pavement because I was shocked. I was in so much shock. I told him, "You should wait, let me sit down." Because I just didn't believe it. And I don't know, it's like every single day from the day this incident happened seems to convince me that he's actually dead. Because I'm less convinced about it today than I will be probably tomorrow. It's a very difficult thing for us, you know.
Romeo, I mean, you were at the School of Performing Arts. Did you ever encounter him?
I think one of my experiences on stage, he mentioned Madam Ekow and then Sarah Dogbaji. They gave me a script, I think, Marching for Fauza, and I was part of the cast. And I wanted a bigger role. So I was backstage, and he said, "Gentlemen, even if you have a second on stage, still the show." That was when I was about to go on stage. So I told him I was going to be one day the face of School of Performing Arts in terms of the stage. And then he finished the show and gave me a pat at the back and said, "Ah, so you are this good and you don't like coming on stage?" I said, "Okay." Then I promised him he will see more of me on stage. Then I took Sarafina. And later he asked me if I ever lived in South Africa or have any connection with South Africans. I don't know if you remember that on my stage. People were confused as whether I was Ghanaian or South African, because I lived my character. And he said, "You are the face of our industry." But here I am, I'm not acting anymore. And then when he saw me at the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, it was like gentleman, what are you doing here? Like, in terms of like, he doesn't see me doing acting and a whole lot. I go like, oh. The industry doesn't pay. If I don't hustle, I won't eat. So we laughed over it. And he said, no, I shouldn't worry. And then he said he sees more of me on GhanaWeb. And it's fine, I'm doing that. And I'm also doing well in sports. So I think we are still within the same space. But then I should make sure I go back to stage. And I think I saw a post from George Quay. I think the inspection, or the inspector and something. Yes. They wanted to stage it after they are done with Run for Your Wife. So he was planning that he wants to go on stage. He loves the stage. You know, we call celebrities, we call people celebrities, and those names, I always tell you, those people are not celebrities, but the real celebrities. Today we are here, tomorrow we are nowhere to be found. Yes, a series of dirges will be sung, but it only causes our emotions to surge. So we take solace in the fact that, Charlie, God gives and takes. One unique thing about him I always see is that infectious smile. He gives it to you even before you take no. He has this smile like no matter what, he gives it. So Charlie, our words are not miraculous to bring him back, but it should be enough to console his loved ones, especially the wife and the children. Those are really, when sort of a pillar of this nature falls, it becomes a problem. That's. I don't want to be so emotional because I'm an African man who believes it's a journey.
But you remember when with this awards issue, I think we did the awards and we're looking at the board, and so I went to their office and I was talking to Na and I said, this board thing, if Abantipa is not on the board, I'm not going to do it. And then I actually didn't see him sitting, so I was complaining to Na, and then I turned, he was there. I said, oh boss, sorry. He said, oh no, free your mind. And then he asked me what my problem was. I said, oh, because I think we have this and that problem and we need to cure it this way. And so he and I, and then Na came out to sit down to discuss, okay, so what do I think we should do? And that kind of reception was something that it was always unique about him, that he would always have time to listen and know the problem. With the GhanaWeb, the Excellence Awards, I remember the stress. I mean, some of us were involved in most of it, but the stress, you could tell his demeanor even that day, that he was everything, it meant so much to him, you know. That's why I say he's a very big part of this company. So, there are lots of memories. So, Mr. Ekow Blankson was the commercial manager of ADPU, and one of the programs that we had or birthed under his leadership was the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards.
Indeed, at Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited, we've got a big portal of innovations. We release them one after the other. This is one of them. This is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Why is this so special? It's because it's unprecedented. The first online business to come up with awards to reward or to recognize our role models in Ghana, and then also to show how exemplary they have been. Indeed, why is this special? It's because you are the ones who have done it.
Bloggers Forum, which was GhanaWeb's arts and entertainment review talk show, now eForum, had run for over 2 years, and we needed to rebrand. Mr. Ekow Blankson was one of the people who did a video to unveil the new program.
A lot has been happening on GhanaWeb TV. You have seen it all. Authentic sources, credibility, top notch. My name is Ekow Blankson. Just watch out for bigger conversations coming on GhanaWeb TV.
As a veteran actor, a revered one for that matter, Mr. Ekow Blankson was on The Lowdown, which is one of GhanaWeb TV's programs, to talk about the missing link in Ghana's dying movie industry.
I wouldn't say that it collapsed. I think it was an issue with focus and also funds. So I would say that the Kumawood guys had the liberty
to do things on a low budget and still have the story told out there. You know, it was difficult to do that with some of the English ones because then you needed to look at some different kinds of location and stuff like that. We'll come to that. And those are the challenges that the English people had. I mean, if you go to Nigeria right now, there's some big guy there who says, "Look, I have a house that I'm not using. Come use it." He will feed you on top and give you money. You know why? Because he understands the business. He understands that this will help their culture. Is this Nigeria? Is this a house in Nigeria? You know, all these things really worked. I don't think that we're getting that.
A very fine actor he was. He starred in a number of movies and did a lot of theater productions. Guess what? How did he start? Mr. Ekow Blankson paid a glowing tribute to Professor Martin Ochirewusu of the School of Performing Arts, University of Ghana, when the People and Places team went to him and wanted to eulogize the lecturer.
My biological father virtually handed me over to Professor Martin Owusu, who said to him that this boy is going to become what you were not. Professor Martin Owusu was one of the reasons why I wanted to go to the School of Performing Arts. And I'm telling him today, probably he doesn't know. If he'll be watching, he is one of the reasons. I used to watch him, I used to love him, and I said to myself that I would like to be like this man.
A number of videos to show, but we wrap up with this very video. Very touching. Now, there was a program that Mr. Ekow Blankson was supposed to host, Business Moments. It's the program that never aired. He shot an intro for the program, but did not leave to see the program.
All right, okay. This is the Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're heading out there to Osu Nyaneba Estates. We're going to meet somebody who can give us Bobby Taddy and Akpalen or something like that. Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Cheers.
So management has opened the book of condolences for Mr. Ekow Blankson, and we invite you to come write what you have in memory of him at our office in Jowlu. On Friday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. we will hold a vigil in memory of Mr. Ekow Blankson, but that is strictly by invitation. For our viewers and our readers, we'll do a live stream on our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, on our YouTube page, GhanaWeb TV, on our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. I've been on the show with Ed. Ed is the editorial coordinator, GhanaWeb. Romeo McDonald Nane Asari is an event organizer, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Eric is the deputy commercial manager of ADPU, Mr. Ekow Blankson's deputy. And then Nanamwa, a former colleague of Mr. Ekow Blankson, a flutist. Earlier he was joined on the show by Fiber, who did a lovely poem co-written by Joel King Speaks. thank you for watching this episode of E-Forum dedicated to Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was the commercial manager of ADPU. But we are not done yet with the show. I'll be back with another package.
Fatima.
So what are you doing?
I'm taking a picture of all of us, a video of all of us. Hello, boss.
Hi.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, do you like Koshoko? I'm not talking about the disease, but the song. We have the man in the studio, the man behind the song Koshoko, the man behind the song 3 Points, Telemore, and there's another one, Afro. It sounds Afro Bisano. Tempo near 100. I've forgotten. I used to play it when I was at university. I'm sure I'll remember. Yeah. Mila, thanks for joining us in the studio.
Thanks for having me.
Charlie, how has it been? It's really been a long time. I don't remember the last time I saw you.
Charlie Kipo. I think Children's Park.
Children's Park.
Yeah.
When you were organizing the
Fest.
Yeah. This was somewhere in 2016, 2015. Yeah. Around that time I was with Pauls. Yeah. That's been long.
I know.
So all this while, what have you been doing?
Charlie, bro, plenty things. Yeah. Apart from taking a break off the hit singles to produce body of work that is making sure that I have albums to my credit. I also do something called Fali Fali.
Okay.
You know, I started Fali Fali, the Fali Fali project from 2015, and it's geared towards making sure that the coastal lines of Accra looks really clean.
Okay.
You know, I'm a Ghana boy, so I'm like, Charlie, before I go anywhere else, make I do my community first. So every year, during our walk, we come to the community and then we teach kids and then go to the coastlines and clean it. We've done that for a while and then we decided to bring it into the community. So Charlie, I've been around. They were cool, but didn't.
It be so. Makai Nyumuno, Joe. That was a very nice song.
Thank you.
So you are coming up with Abele Fest.
Yes, please.
What's Abele Fest?
Okay, so Abele to the Ghanaians means end of hunger.
Okay.
You know, but initially the concept of the event wasn't supposed to even be that. You know, I meet people that really love my music, but they are sort of in the dark. They don't have an event where they come to appreciate me and I also get to appreciate them. So I wanted to have an event where I can bring my fans out of the dark to come and celebrate and have an amazing time, and then I can also connect with them and say thank you for supporting me over the years. But then I also thought that it should be something that would outlive me, so that if today, God rest my soul, I'm not around, that event could also bless other people. So then I thought of it like, okay, why don't I use the Abele, which symbolizes end of hunger, to my people? That is why we decided to have that event at the Alliance Française coming 8th of October. It starts very early in the morning, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. would just be a food fest and a fanfare. You know, because we use Abele for a lot of things, like Banku and Kinke and Ingmeda and stuff. And quickly, we are going to cook quickly live at the Alliance Française. You know that our traditional food, that is quickly. You know, whenever we are cooking or when it's time for Homework, we use corn or maize to cook it. So this time we're going to do it live at the Alliance Française at 6 a.m. By 12, it should be ready so that we dish it out and sit down like a family and have a meal. Then the performances will start from 6 to 12 midnight.
All of these, the costs coming from you? You are footing the bill?
Yes and no. Yes, because quickly there you can't sell it.
Okay.
You know, like I said, it stands for end of hunger. So it's more like a meal for people that have helped and projected my brand over the years to have like a sit down with me so that we connect and interact some more. So Quick Play is going to be free of charge. We can't even sell it, so we just have like an amazing meal together. But if you want to eat banku and okra stew and stuff to your satisfaction, you know, there will be vendors who are selling food made out of corn at the venue as well, so you can enjoy that.
Okay, right. So how do we get there? Do we need to pay, or it's also free?
No, it's not free.
There's a concert, right?
Yeah, it's 100 cedis to pay.
Okay,
it's not free. I do a lot of free stuff. Somebody was asking why don't I mean, since it's a belay and you know it's very traditional and cultural to the Ghana people, why don't I do it in Choco, Manprobi? I'm like, Charlie, did the community inside, they serve the community for free. So this is an event, you know, to actually see who is investing into the brand Gasmela, or who is in the dark I need to say thank you to, so that I can actually connect with those people some more. So yeah, it's just a cool 100G.
Okay.
Role.
Are we seeing only Gasmela on stage, or we see other Ghana musicians, or there's a mixture?
So for this year, we just want to do it like Ghana artists, or artists that have like a similar sound to what I have.
Sing in Ghana.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not just me. We have Adani Bells coming through. We have Sina Soul coming through. We have Luther coming through. Papillon Blood, Long Life, Apache, you know, and Marin Somario, who's also like a trap, alternative trap artist.
Okay, right. So on 8th of October, 2022, 7 o'clock. But he said it begins at 6.
Media go there by 5-7.
Okay, so
because I for make sure see the show. You
know, things they go on well. I see. Right. So Gasmela will be at the Alliance Française with his friends as they stage the Abele Fest. How has the organization been actually getting sponsors and all of that? Because last time Lexi was on the show, he spoke about sponsorship and he said it's difficult getting sponsors. Was that the case for you?
Yeah, it is. But shout outs to Pomacedo, Hunger Ghana. You know, Hunger is on it to make sure that the food, you know, that people there or Abenquine there, you know, you need some spices to enhance it. So yeah, definitely Hunger is supporting us. And Voltic also heard what we are doing. They were like, oh, they want to also support, because after you eat, if you drink water.
Let me come to Ed. Ed is, I know he likes Sinaso.
Yeah.
But I won't tell Kiddy.
Yeah, punches.
Ed, what do you make of the Abele Fest that Gasmela is staging, and all the activities that are lined up for the occasion?
Well, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's long overdue, because if you look at what himself has been able to do in the industry for a while, I think he should have had this long ago, but as they say, it's better late than never. I think that they have served up with some very, very good music and then dance moves, and even food and the community. Those of us who've lived in Accra, we can never live in Accra without saying thank you to the Ghana community for what they've done for us. And with their artists, they've always given us that extra energy, which all of us at some point we need to be able to move. So it is something that I fully respect him for. When I met him here, I was just wondering whether to go and behave like a fan, behave like a boss. But he's one big, very, very big artist. I personally call him the king of Accra, because there are times where, I mean, I've seen a lot of artists come from the Ghana community, but none of them has been able to project the community in its cultural sense, in its people, like he has been able to do. Yes, we've had artists, yes, I mean, you can't mention the name, but he's done it perfectly, to a point that when you watch any product from him, it reflects the society he's coming from. And I think that is a very brilliant way to do it. I mean, you've watched this Abo That Way, you've watched most of the videos, you've seen, if you've lived there before, or you've been close to them, when you watch his video and you listen to his songs, there's not a difference. You see the society in him, and him reflecting the society. So I think he's a good ambassador for them, and then for also Accra in its entirety. And we expect that companies would hold this and then try and also push him and push what he's been doing. My question is, in trying to find out, I think 2-3 weeks ago there was a discussion about him in another conversation, and I asked the question, what is something new he's done?
Okay.
And I guess maybe this is an opportunity to know whether we should be expecting something new, because his brand of music is very electric, and it helps all of us to be able to cool down and catch some vibes and even learn something about ourselves we don't know.
Mela, any new thing that you've done?
Yes. Thank you for the question, by the way. Ed, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So on the 7th, that's the day before the event, I'm dropping a new single called Odonyum. You know, for the Love Nation. Some of us, they will believe in love. You
see the irony. The person who asked you the question.
He said, man, we love her. So yeah, Odonyum is dropping on the 7th. I want you to, I wish I could even play something small for you to listen, but yeah, it's dropping on the 7th. And I have also a project coming next year, but for now, Odonyum is the song that will be dropping on the 7th, and then on the 12th, that's the next week, we drop the video as well. So and you said something new before. If somebody is watching and they've wondered what I've been up to, like I said, body of work. Even last year, I dropped a project called 15th. 15th has 5 songs on it because, one, I was born on the 15th of December, and I believe on that day a star was born onto this earth. So I have 5 songs on there which symbolizes the edges of a star. You know, so I mean, you can check that out if from now on, if you can't wait till Friday, but you can check those tracks out, which are like very, very, very new styles and vibes from me. And then on the 7th we drop Odonyum before the event happens.
I'll come back to you for a line or two on Odonyum, but let me take Romeo's commentary and then we'll move. Abele first.
Abele. If you go to Ashanti region, Abele is simply ice cream.
Yeah.
But when you come to the coastal area, in terms of the Gan community,
project for me small.
When you come to the coastal community within the Gan setup, Abele, ni obatima, like obeti benku. I think Mela has been doing good. He's been selling the Gan community so well. You know, people like Tiny and himself. There's another artist. I think when you talk of real ambassadors or the anchors of the Gan tradition, the Gan language, I think they need to be awarded, because it's been easy for so many people to do their trapping or rapping in Gan or English, but you know, if you listen to their lyrics, it takes you deeper, and then you try to it gets you into more research, and then you go like you see a whole a style of living of people in his song. You go to Choco, you see how he performs, and then his videos, and then you see that, oh, this is a whole community living in Miller's song. So I think it's been long overdue, and like he said, he's been doing free shows to be paid, and he also would have to augment his art, and it comes with money. So if the fans out there, they truly love him, this is the point to show you. 100 cedi, I think, is the cheapest of most of the events I've heard of. Yes, and I think he needs to own it, just like Sack has his, Stoneboy has his, and then it becomes, you shouldn't just limit it. You should also get, Alliance Francaise is okay because of the cultural diversity, a lot of foreigners present. So I think his target is good, but he has to own it and then own an army to push the Miller job, because he's been doing this, and the energetic songs, the performances, and I don't know how he comes about with his terms. I was having a chat with him before we sat on set. 5 years ago, he was about to release a song, and we met on set. And
today about
that song.
So it's sort of he's doing fine. I like the art, especially people who don't relent, people who try to push where others would not want to venture. And he's been unique, and that's the kind of uniqueness we need to be celebrating. And the media should do what to project such songs, because if people doing French songs, people doing Swahili songs are winning Grammys, we can also win with Gan. Let's not limit it to some selected few. But music is a language on its own.
Right.
So when we have that kind of mindset about it, Miller is a legend in the making. Until he drops his mic.
Okay.
He's still a legend
on the
in the
7th, Miller is releasing Odonium. On the 8th, he has Abele Fest at the Alliance Française. Starts from 6 a.m. to the evening, night, till Mama calls you, where we have the concert. So if it's food you want, if it's music that you want, let's meet at Alliance Française. But before we go, Miller will give us a line or two of the Odonium, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay. Akembe su, akembe jimba. Akembe su, akembe jimba. Shuko kemino. Until the bones are rotting. Until the bones are rotting, 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 rotting. Mamie. Tuodonyo mamie. Aode. Tuodonyo mamie. Tuodonyo mamie. Aode. Baby girl, you benkemi. Telling me what you want. Sending my finger, no. Mawulo, moto, you are the one for me, you won't body my shred. Chuben, Kevin, baby, you killing me soft. You are no similar man, Don King Kong. You are the only one for me now. But like I mean, so more,
right, so that's a freestyle of the Odonium that Gas Miller is about to release. Now, we'll meet at Alliance Française. But even if for those who are outside Accra that you can't make it, don't worry. Our cameras will be there and we'll capture everything. And so we'll let you know what actually went down, exactly what we do on Vogue. And tell you what, there was a launch of the Rhythm on the Runway, KOD's event. It's a fashion show. It went down and we had our cameras there. Doreen is coming your way with what actually went there. She has packaged everything in Vogue.
Thank you, Preventive. Today I am at the Rhythms on the Runway. It has been an interesting show. They are marking their 10 years anniversary and it's been full of fun, so much excitement, and you have no idea the number of people we've had on the show today. We've had known faces like KKD, we've had Cheddar, Pasture, we've had Rocky Dawuni, and so many other people. As we're going to talk to them, you are going to see the fashion, the style, and all their amazing things they are going to say about themselves, the show, and what to expect. Rhythms on the Runway, you already know, and I'm here with the man himself. How are you feeling?
So it's been 12 years of Rhythms on the Runway, but then 12 years of the event. We had to go off for like 2 years because of the struggle to get sponsorship, not COVID, struggle for sponsorship and all. Yeah, but we're back and it's our 10th edition. We're excited. The BBC describes Rhythms on the Runway as the biggest cultural expose in Africa. So why do we kill it? We have to take it to the next level. And it's one event that's not just about fashion and music from Ghana, but the African continent and the African diaspora. So it goes beyond this country. And that's a dream of the great Sergeant Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So we're living it.
Have you been to any of the Rhythm on the Runway shows?
Oh yes, too many. I've been to most. I've been part of most of them. Yeah.
And did you ever model?
Did I? Yeah, I think once. I did once for Jerry. That year Jerry was on. I did model for them. Did I model? I walked on the runway, I would say. So yeah, but I was part of one of them. Yeah.
Well, delving away from Rhythms on the Runway, how is gospel music going?
It's going great. God is doing amazing things. Lives are being blessed, transformed, souls are being saved. Why not? It's working.
We are here with the CEO, the boss himself. John/Gavin. He's been part of the progress of Rhythms on the Runway. He's going to share his experience. Slash, how have you been doing?
I've been good, you know. I mean, working here and there, trying to make some moolah, you know.
What is modeling like in Ghana? Do you see modeling expanding further?
Well, I would say, I mean, the modeling industry so far has been, I mean, it's growing. I wouldn't say we've gotten there yet. It's growing, and if you wow with the right management, you're obviously going to hit the right track, you know. So basically, I would say it hasn't been easy for for others. I mean, this year, for instance, I've seen about 4-3 Ghanaian models on the international scenes doing one of the big shows out there. So I would say that for growth, we've really grown in terms of how far we've come, and I believe there's more growth for us. There's more space for people in the industry to grow. All we need to do is to focus and be professional with whatever we're dealing with. Do you understand? That's the most important thing. The pay isn't good, but modeling in Ghana, I believe, will grow with the right policies and people in place. That's what I believe in.
Our beautiful princess just got here. Our only one actress, Juliet Ibrahim. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Have you been on the fashion show before, like model?
No, I don't think I have. I've always been away when he's ready for it. But hopefully this time around I will be. Yeah, hopefully.
Well, going away from Rhythms on the Runway, how is acting going?
Not bad, pretty well.
But Ghanaians are saying the movie industry is dead. What do you say? What take you have on that?
God forbid. Our movie industry cannot be dead, no. You know, unfortunately, COVID came along and affected a lot of things. The cinemas were closed for like 2 years, but like we've opened up again, so there are a lot of like movies that are coming out. People are working again. We're back on set filming. And yeah, I just completed a good movie that is Ghanaian, American, and South African right here in Accra. So yeah, a lot of good things are coming up from us, yeah.
Since we're talking movie, what is the Ghanaian movie industry doing these days that you think they should work hard on?
The Ghanaian movie industry is actually like rebranding. I see that a lot. And right now there's a lot of competition. So we are all trying to work together, and that's one major thing. The more we have unity, the more we have one vision, we'll be able to take our industry further and beyond.
We've known you to support your fellow Black colleagues in the industry. What is it that you were looking forward to this year on the Rhythms on the Runway that's so different from other years?
Well, for me, the thing is that we're in a golden year of fashion and arts and music. So it's all a matter of, you know, trying to impress on, you know, our generation of designers, clothing designers, musicians, and then artists, that we all have to work together, you know, because it's all interrelated. Musicians, we need the designers need the musicians. The artists need to be the ones that are observing all of it and representing it. And together we represent the culture, you know, modern culture, old culture, future culture. So for me, these kind of gatherings are incredible because they serve as a catalyst of inspiration for all of us creatives.
And so let us give a final round of applause to say well done, KOD. Oh, let's clap for him. Let's compete with the various programs like the London Fashion Show, Indian Fashion Show, and all the very big ones across the world. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, Rhythms on the Runway is officially launched. Let us all give them 3 cheers.
So much excitement went down at the Rhythms on the Runway show. We spoke to a couple of public figures, public people, and they had so much to say. As you can see, this program has ended, but there's a lot of people still around talking and chit-chatting. Others are moving to an after party. And what have you got to say? My name is Doreen Abanama Ameya, and I reported live here at the Rhythms on the Runway Launch 2022.
Thanks, Doreen, for the report from the launch of Rhythms on the Runway. Now, the 2022 edition, I'm sure you're going to love it, and trust GhanaWeb to bring you all the updates that you need from every event that will be organized here in Ghana, especially in the capital. And that's how we wrap up on this edition of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. I was on the show with Edward, Eric, Nana Moa, and then Romeo McDonald Naneo Asari. Thank you to Fiber. Thank you to Jewel Speaks for that wonderful poem. And of course, Gasmila was also on the show. Thank you for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
The media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you are aware, in recent weeks we've seen a lot of positive stories on BOS in the newspaper, and they are positive because for the first time we've seen such a massive turnout in terms of declaration of profits and dividends to the states. We have been so excited that it's very important that we invite the MD and hear from the horse's own mouth as to the details of what they have done to get to where we are today and what the future holds for BOST. So we have called you at the instance of the MD so that he will give us just an update on what is happening at the institution and where they are going from here. So I wouldn't waste my time, but before I invite the MD to the podium, with your kind permission, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We have with us the General Manager in charge of Corporate Communications and External Affairs, Mr. Ajay Malik. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the Executive Assistant to the MD, Mami Pokua Apia. We have with us the General Manager World Trading, Mr. Albert Mante. And as I mentioned earlier, we have with us Mr. Edwin Alfred Neobodai Provincial, who is the MD for BOST. So I will invite MD for his presentation and we'll come back to you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. This is the second time I've been invited to this august house and to engage Ghanaians through the media on BOST. I think the first time was somewhere last year in 2021 when I learned my biggest lesson that you don't come and say you've made profit when the audited accounts are not out yet. Even though we did we had some serious improvements at that time. A revaluation provision took us to a loss in 2020. But 2021 is extremely different. So with your permission, I have some slides and I would want to walk Ghanaians through the slides. And then thereafter we can have some questions. So in terms of content, what I hope to do today is to remind you guys about what BOST does and the role BOST plays in the country. And then the second is also refresh your mind again as to how BOST was in 2017, and then how BOST is today, and then also the way forward with BOST. So with our mandate, we have three key mandates. The first mandate is to build a network of infrastructure. By that, they mean storage pipes, storage tanks, and pipelines, and then some barges, and anything that would enable the efficient distribution and transportation of petroleum products across the country. BOST plays a very critical role in ensuring price parity across the country. I'm sure you know that the price of gas oil in Accra, when you travel all the way to the north, the price still is the same across the OMCs. And BOST plays a critical role in doing that. In transporting these products, we use 3 different media. Today we use pipelines, which is the cheapest transportation medium. We also use barges across the Akosombo Lake. That's the next expensive. And then if we had rail, that would be the next level, but we don't have rail transport. The most expensive transport is the bulk road vehicles, which is BRVs. So these are the transportation media we use. In terms of storage, we have tank farms across the length and breadth of the country that can store an equivalent of 421,000 cubic meters, almost 362,000 metric tons. So that is how we achieve our first mandate. The second mandate is to ensure that we provide petroleum security for the nation that can last at least 6 weeks, expandable to 12 weeks. This mandate, we are not too proud how we have executed this mandate, because providing petroleum security is like an insurance product for the nation and for the citizens of Ghana. And I'm sure you're aware that for an insurance product, there's a premium attached. Unfortunately, in 2006, that premium, which was the strategic reserve levy, was taken out of the petroleum price buildup. So anytime I'm asked whether we have storage, real storage, I say we don't have storage. We don't have strategic storage. But what we have is we have some stocks in the tanks, which the banks give us instruments and loans to bring into the country, but we can't buy that and just store, because we have to pay back the monies. So we sell it frequently and pay back the money. So we think there has to be a conversation around the funding of Ghana's strategic reserves. But today, I can promise that we have about 13 days of reserves. But then outside BOST, there are other BDCs who have storage in their tank farms. And so when you put all of that together, we have between 50 and 55 days of reserve in the country. So we are nowhere near running out of fuel. But in terms of BOST executing this mandate to the letter, there's no funds to bring in the fuel to store. So that's on the second mandate. On the third mandate, it's a pure commercial mandate, which is to bring in, import the fuel, and because BOST is placed in a very strategic location where we have a lot of landlord countries at the top, Burkina, Mali, Niger, amongst others, we can also export to earn some foreign exchange and also make some money for the country. So these are the 3 main mandates we have. And you can see clearly that apart from the third mandate, the first 2 mandates, some social services to it. Even though BOST is a limited liability company which is solely to make profit, we have some social dimensions to our mandate. So for example, building these petroleum infrastructure across the length and breadth of the country. Even though we sell some of the we lease some of the infrastructure out, a huge chunk of the infrastructure is built in locations where they are not profitable. So there is a social cost to those investments, and I'm sure in the wisdom of the founders of BOST, that is what birthed the BOST margin. So the BOST margin is to help support BOST in executing the first and then the second mandate. If you look at the second mandate as well, it's purely a social mandate, because no profit-making entity will just buy products and store. So that is why also there was a levy, strategic reserve levy, that has been today taken out of the price build-up since 2006. And hopefully we'll find a better way of funding that strategic reserves. In terms of our mission and vision, it is clear. We want to be the best at what we do, and want to do it safely by ensuring that we do not do it at a loss. Because the more we do run this business at a loss, whatever money comes in will eventually dwindle and will grind to a halt. In terms of our values, we want to be passionate about what we do. We want to focus on performance, build a very high performance culture, and then we want to do everything we do with high integrity. What you see on the slides now is the BOST network. We have a network of tanks and terminals and pipelines across the length and breadth of the country. We have a storage of about 421,000 cubic meters across 6 depots. Tema, which is in, you know where Tema is, Crap depot in Tema. Then we have Akosombo, we have Mami Water, we have Kumasi, and then we have a depot in Buipe, and then a depot in Bolga. Bolga is our export station. So Bolga is where most of the exports should be taking place. Between Buipe and Bolga, we have a booster station. Because the pipeline is very long, the pressure goes down. And so you need a booster station to boost the pressure so that it will get to the destination. So what happens is that when the cargo comes or the products come on the Atlantic Ocean, it gets to Tema. If it is crude oil, you can see clearly that there's Tor there. So if it is crude oil, the products are pumped to Tor for Tor to refine, and when Tor refines very well, the products get into our tanks in APD. And it's from APD that we distribute the products across the country. And from APD, it gets to the north through Mami Water and Akosombo. We have 4 barges on the Akosombo Lake and a tugboat. And once the products are pumped into the barges, then the tugboat pulls the products along the Akosombo Lake all the way to Buipe. And once it gets to Buipe, it serves the whole northern regions. And then in order to access it at Bolga, it is also pumped through our pipeline to Bolga. So in a nutshell, this is the BOST network that we have to leverage on to ensure that the will of the people of Ghana is achieved through the three mandates. So yes, I haven't given you the background. BOST was formed in 1993. I think that's the only thing I left out. So I've been giving you the background. Let me let you appreciate what we came to meet in 2017. Because once you appreciate that, you will now appreciate the effort we have put in place till date. So I'll just run you through a quick update on a quick review of our challenges pre-2017. They are grouped into 3. So I have the financials, and then I have the infrastructure bit, and then I have the compliance bit. So I'll start with the financials. So when we came in, we had a trade liability or a trade debt, which meant that people had sold products to BOST and BOST owed them some money. up to 624 million US dollars. Let me repeat. We had a trade liability of 624 million US dollars as a company. Not only that, we had some domestic debt as well that we had to look for money to pay, amounting to 416 million Ghana cedis. So imagine taking over a company and then all of a sudden realizing that, wow, I owe people 624 million US dollars. Not only that, but you also owe local banks 416 million Ghana cedis. That's a Herculean task. And then you go forward and you realize that, no, not only that, there were some bulk distribution companies, BDCs, who had brought in products to bust. And when they were coming for their products, some of their products had shot. It had either evaporated or, I don't know. But the products were not there. And when they did the assessment in 2018, 2017, thereabouts, it was equivalent to 37 million US dollars. So not only you owed people, your suppliers, $624 million, not only you owed banks, local banks, 416 million Ghana cedis, you also had BDCs that you had to look for $37 million to pay. We also had a capex liability of 106 million US dollars, which arose out of an EXIM loan that was granted BOST. Out of that loan, we had bought some pipelines that were stuck in the US since 2008. So that was a snapshot of the liabilities, our balance sheet. Money we had to look for, money the company didn't have. BOST capitalization, it's only 500,000 cedis. So even if they sell the whole company and say they want to use it to pay for all these things, all they could get was around 500,000 cedis, because that was our capitalization, with a lot of losses made over the years. In terms of our revenue earning assets, which are the assets I talked about earlier that BOST needed to use to make some money, because for the tank farms, we rent it out. When we rent the tank farms, BDCs who don't have storage, we charge them a little fee. The pipelines, instead of using the road, when we use the pipeline, the monies that should have gone to the tanker owners, a fraction of it comes to BOST, because the pipeline is the cheapest mode of transportation. Our barges, when we use our barges for transportation as well, the monies that should have gone to the transport owners, a fraction of it also comes to BOST as we use our own infrastructure. So when BOST becomes efficient, when BOST starts using its own infrastructure, BOST makes money. And when BOST makes money, the people of Ghana makes money. The company runs very well. However, that is to the detriment of some other section of our brothers and sisters in this country who may not be happy, because the volumes that would normally accrue to them to lift on the road comes into BOST. So as of 2017, 100% of our 364-kilometer pipeline was out of service. That meant that we could not make money from the pipeline. 100% of our barges were out of service. That meant that not only the pipelines were getting zero revenue, the barges as well were getting zero revenue, because 100% of the barge infrastructure was out of service. We have 51 tanks where we store fuel in, and 15 out of the 51 tanks, 30% of that was also out of service. So we could only leverage on just 36 or something tanks, 34 something tanks for our business. 50% of our depots in Mame Water, Akosombo, and Bolga was also totally out of service. So look at how much money you owe, and the assets that could generate some income for you as well was totally out of service. So basically, there was no way you could generate funds to even start paying off these guys we owed. When you look at the regulatory side, we hadn't audited our accounts from 2015 to 2016. That meant that even if you wanted to go for any facility from a bank or anywhere, you didn't have the books required for them to look at your performance to say, yes, you can pay back the loan, so let me loan you some money. Also, it was during this 2015, 2016 when the accounts hadn't been audited, when bonuses were being paid to staff. So one would ask, on what basis were these bonuses being paid when the accounts hadn't been audited? We also had a tax liability, 47 million Ghana cedis. This was over a certain period we hadn't paid. And then we had a contingent liability. A lot, because of BOS's financial situation, a lot of companies had taken us to court. And if those cases, if BOS lost, BOS would have to look for 161 million Ghana cedis to pay these guys as a result of the bad cases we had. We didn't have money. There were some lands we had bought. We paid some advance. We hadn't paid the rest. People had brought in their products. They had gone missing. They are taking. So all these things were there. And then, you remember I said that because BOS built their infrastructure in unprofitable areas in the country, in the wisdom of the founders of BOS, what they did was they voted a particular margin, and it's called a BOS margin, so that it would assist BOS take care of the infrastructure located in the very unprofitable areas like Mame Water, Akosombo, Buipe, Bolga. I mean, I don't see any of my BDC friends who are building their tank farms in Tema, which is the most profitable area, building anywhere outside Tema. So in the wisdom of the founders of BOS, that margin was voted. Now, in 2011, that margin was 3 pesos. Fast forward to 2019, the margin was still 3 pesos. It meant that that margin had lost almost all its value. It had lost 82% of its value, basically, because we live in an inflationary environment. The cedi, a lot of our inputs for maintenance are denominated in dollars. The cedi in 2011 is, the cedi to dollar ratio in 2011 is way different from the cedi to dollar ratio in 2019. So this is what bedeviled BOS when we took over. The culture was not too interesting. So you can see on the slide there some of our infrastructure that were idling and rotting away. Can you go back, please? Yes. So you could see on your top left, you could see our 1967 technology batteries that was supposed to power, that was supposed to, a UPS system that was supposed to hold the depot when the power goes off until the generator picks up. That was totally out of service. Our tugboat, a new tugboat we had bought in the bottom left corner, a new tugboat in Debre. It was rotting away in Debre. You can see some pumps that had been decommissioned, some tank farms rotting away. Our barges, BOS 3 and 4, you can see those barges. that had been decommissioned. And so basically, this was the company, the state of your company called BOST in 2017. Not only did we have that, even though instead of using the monies to fix the infrastructure, we had also started investing in other projects. So there was very high capital work in progress. And you all know that if you start any project and you don't complete it, you cannot monetize the project. It sits in your books as an asset, but it's an asset that is earning zero revenue. And so about $57 million had been invested in infrastructure, pipeline infrastructure that was stuck in Houston. Those are the pipelines and the skids you can see on the screen there. We had also started a project, a depot upgrade project, about $20-something million. And the containers there had some equipment in there, but the project had stalled because we didn't have money. You all remember the $39 million head office wahala. We had started a head office project, and when you mix politics with business, sometimes they don't go well. The project stalled till 2022. So this was the state, and it made our balance sheet look good, but you had a lot of assets not bringing you revenue. Next. So fast forward to today, what have we done and what is the state of your company called BOST? So the first one is that out of the 624 million US dollars, out of the 460 million Ghana cedis, we've paid 98% of that money. The outstanding, it's about the outstanding on that we paid 92% with about 32 million cedis outstanding of that money. Now, out of the 624 million US dollars, we paid all of it. 100% of that money is paid. Now, the BDCs who claimed we owe them 37 million US dollars, we conducted a forensic audit, and thanks to my predecessor, he had put in place a team to look into this 37 million liability. What I did when I came was I invited Yoko and I invited the national security to be part of this team. And God being so good, this team did a wonderful job. They saved this country 26 million US dollars because that 37 million US dollars, when they finished the work, which took about 9 months, all these BDCs who claimed we owe them $37 million all signed to the fact that it wasn't $37 million, but we owed only 10-point-something million dollars. We've also audited our accounts. I have signed a 2015 account, 2016 account, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 accounts. So now in terms of compliance, we've caught up, and we are happy about that. In terms of the 47 million tax arrears, I can tell you today that we don't owe GRA. We don't have any arrears with GRA. We are up to date. I'm sure you all witnessed our annual general meeting, which is one out of a very long time that we have done to report to the people of Ghana our performance. And we are happy that it was very transparent as well. Our Tema-to-Akosombo pipe, our Buipe to Bolga pipeline, we have repaired it, and we are happy to let you know that the Bolga depot now is working, so we are able to have some exports through Bolga to some neighboring countries. Our Tema-to-Akosombo pipeline, we have repaired it. only that we have decided we are not going to use it now because we don't have ice on the pipeline. What do I mean by that? Anytime you push water into the pipeline, 100% of the water gets to the other end. But anytime you push petroleum products, it looks like there are some dwarfs on the way that feed on those pipelines. So we have decided that we are not going to use the pipeline until we put the electronic ice on it. So we are installing a leak detection system that would detect any leak on the pipeline, and an intrusion detection system that can tell us as soon as anybody tries getting close to the pipeline, an alarm will sound, and then in collaboration with the security agencies, we will know exactly where the attempt is being made. We've also decided to buy the military and the security agents some military-grade drones so that they can use the drones to monitor this critical national infrastructure. Yes, so I've talked about a lot of the repairs. There's a lot of operational efficiency happening, and because of a lot of the repairs of the pumps, loading arms, the infrastructure, it used to take us 4 hours to turn around a truck that came into our system. As you and I speak, we have managed to reduce the 4 hours to 1 hour 30 minutes. That is operational efficiency. It also used to take us almost 7 days to load all our barges. But we did some re-engineering and some replacement of equipment, valves, etc. at Akosombo. And what that has done is that it has enabled us to reduce the barge turnaround time from 7 days to almost 1.5 days. That is huge operational efficiency. So we're able to do more in less time. Because of all of these things, our revenue earning assets, which was hovering around 18%, is now at almost 95% as we speak. And our asset utilization has also improved a little. These are the hard stuff, but there are some soft stuff as well we have done. We've put in place some 15 policies. You know, in every organization, what really helps build the culture or change the culture is policies and procedures. And so the board has signed off 15 new policies that is now guiding our behavior in the company. And say that is one of the key drivers of performance in our company. Some of the policies include a bonus policy, an HR policy, a finance policy, how money is spent, field operations policy, health and safety policy, ethics policy, amongst others. So 15 new policies have been implemented. We've also put in place a risk and compliance unit that would ensure that we identify risks and also mitigate them before they become challenges. With respect to expanding the business, we want to build a pipeline from Accra to Kumasi. We know that pipeline will cause a lot of problems by dislodging a lot of the transport owners out of business. So the Minister of Energy has directed that we have to ensure that 20% of equity in that project is given to the transport owners. That means that the transport owners will be invited to invest so that as they get displaced on the road, because the pipeline is also a transportation medium, just like their trucks, they can also have some ownership in the pipeline and not lose out completely. We've also decided to build LPG tank farms across all our depots. I'm sure yesterday you heard the Director General of the CEO of NPA talking about LPG. LPG is going to be our transition fuel, moving away from the dirty ones to renewables. In the middle, the gas can help a lot And so we are also helping to facilitate these objectives by building new tanks, LPG tank farms in the 4 depots. The front-end engineering design or FEED is ongoing for the LPG project. The Kumasi pipeline FEED is ready. And so we'll start the procurement process very soon to identify a partner who will then build, own, operate, and transfer to us after a certain number of years. Yes. So, having said all these things, one will ask, and so what? You've done all these things, and so what's in it for Ghana? Has Ghana benefited? Internally, we know what we have done, and we are proud of how operationally efficient we have become. Looking at where we are coming from, where we had 0% of our barges working, now we have 100% working. 0% of our pipelines, now we have 100% working. 15 tanks not working, now we have only 3 tanks not working. We've repaired 12 out of the 15. We've been operationally efficient. I mean, it took 4 hours. Now we are doing the same work in 1.5 hours. It took 7 days to load barges. Now we're doing it in less than 2 days. So internally, we know what we have done. But for the shareholders, which is the people of Ghana, who invariably own BOST, what is in it for them, and what is the bottom line? So what we have here is the revenue. The top line. And the reason why I brought this slide is to let the public see the correlation between the efficiency and the revenues. Because some of our friends on the other side, as well as our friends, brothers and sisters, say that, oh, it's only the boss margin increase that's giving them some revenue. But if you look at this slide and you look at the trend from 2017 coming, you can see clearly that if you look at the marine transport, for example, that's the last row. If you look at the last row, you can see it's been 0 from 2016, 0, 0, 0. 2019, it was even 0. The budget started working in 2020, late part of 2020, and you can see some revenue number there. And then it worked the full year, almost 9 months of 2021. And you can see a 5-time jump from almost 3 million to almost 15 million Ghana cedis. So that is the direct relationship between the repair of the barges and then the income. You can also look at the storage and rack. You can see that as of 2018, when it was 16 million, the revenues were 16 million. We started repairing the tanks, and you can see it's grown gradually, organically, from 16 to 38 to 50.4 to 52.6. So you can see a gradual increment, and it's related to the monies we invested to repair. If you look at the product sales as well, the years we had our highest product sales was in 2016, and I really commend the managers of the company at that time in terms of the revenue, because that was the year we made 3 billion Ghana cedis, our highest revenue ever in the history of this company. But you can see that once you start building liabilities and the market starts losing confidence in you, your product sales starts reducing because you owe a lot of people. And so over time, from 2016, you can see a drastic decrease to 3 billion to 264 million Ghana cedis. And then we gradually started building the confidence again in the marketplace. And from 2020 to 2021, you can see almost double the amount we did. So this goes to show you that, yes, boss margin plays a role, but only 34% of that revenue in 2021. And so boss margin cannot only account for everything. Also, don't forget that the boss margin comes at a cost. That cost is a social cost. which is to help manage and maintain the infrastructure as well as build new ones if you have surplus. Without the boss margin, the wisest thing to do will be to take out that cost as well, so that then Edwin and his team will just focus on Accra Tema. But the moment we do that, the country loses, and all of you will be paying more than you have to pay for fuel, because there's a transportation cost, there's a storage cost in those areas that has to be borne by someone. And that is the essence of the boss margin. We couldn't have done all these things without the Ministry of Energy and NPA, supported by the civil society organizations who initially were against the increment of the boss margin. If you remember, in 2019, all of 2019, the boss margin was increased by Honorable John Peter Meu's era. But then the CSOs were not happy. And so within 3-4 days, it was reversed. You remember? Yes. And so we realized that we hadn't done some serious stakeholder engagement. So we went to the CSOs, engaged them. They went round to see the state of the dilapidated assets. And then they came to an agreement with BOST that before we can see our assets are rotting, but before we allow this increment, let's have an agreement that you will come and account to us periodically what you're doing with the money, so that Ghanaians will have value for money. So we agreed with them, and then they became our advocates, and we asked for 12 pesos. The reason why we asked for pesos was that in 2011, the 3 pesos in 2011 was equivalent to 2 cents. So when we made our case to the ministry, we said, Minister, just give us the 2 cents equivalent in 2019. The minister, and that 2 cents equivalent in 2019 was 12 pesos. The minister said no way. He wasn't going to burden Ghanaians unnecessarily. So even though we asked for 12 pesos, what they gave us was 6 pesos, half of what we got. And it was interpreted as having increased boss margin by 100%. But guess what? That little money we got, we used it very wisely to achieve the numbers you're seeing now. So imagine we had gotten all the 12 pesos. We could have done way better. On the screen is a snapshot of our 2016 to 2021 financials. I said earlier that the years we made our highest revenue was in 2016. And it's Boss dream today to get to the 2016 numbers in terms of the top line very soon. And we believe that by end of next year, we should be hitting that 3. But look at the items in red. There's a line item called administrative expenses. The year we made our highest revenue is the year we made our highest administrative expense. Do you see that? And in 2016, it was the year we made our highest loss of 459 million Ghana cedis. So we set record in all areas in 2016. We made our highest revenue in 2016. We made our highest operating expense in 2016. And then we made our highest loss in 2016. Fast forward that to, and look at the staff strength in 2016. It was lower, 347 people in 2016. Now fast forward to 2021. In 2021, our revenue is not up to the 3 billion. I'm sure you can see that. In 2021, our revenue is just a little over 1 billion Ghana cedis. But look at our administrative expenses. Our administrative expenses in 2021, even with an increased number of staff, our administrative expenses is less than half that of the 2016 number. Now let me ask you a question. In this environment, do costs keep going down or they go up? We should have been budgeting for maybe a 1 billion administrative expense, and that would be normal. But look, and this is operational efficiency. This is putting your money to real good use. Because even though time, inflation, depreciation happens, even though staff numbers have increased, our administrative expenses have halved. And if you come and look at the bottom line, we have made 160 million Ghana cedis, thereabout, profit after tax. So imagine we made the same 3 billion. Our profit will be hovering around 1.5 billion or 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. And this is money that will get back into the economy. And we are very proud of what we've done. My team and I, including the board, is very proud of this achievement. And we are happy that the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, really had confidence in us and retained us to deliver this value for Mother Ghana. Next slide. So this next slide shows, I brought this slide to help explain standards and the intellectual dishonesty sometimes you hear on radio on the boss margin, etc. The blue line is our revenues. So you can see the blue line. You can see clearly that the blue line, after a while, they went to the highest revenue in 2016, and then the blue columns. And then the revenue reduced, and it's picked up gradually, according to in 2021. The green line is the profit. You can see there's been losses, at least for the first time. After a while, we've made the green line, which is some profit, and we are happy. But my interest on this slide is on the red curve. The red curve shows the percentage of boss margin to total revenue. So the boss margin contribution to total revenue across time. And you can see from 2011, 2012, the boss margin to total revenue was hovering around 41% and 47% and 51%. If you add them, you get about 49% on the average. In 2021, the boss margin contribution to total revenue is 34%, way lower than the contribution in those years. So sometimes when the arguments are made, they are not facts and figures, because when you look at the facts and figures from the audited accounts, 41, when it was 47%, 51%, the profits that was made there was around 12 million, 11 million. When it is 34% contribution, we are making a profit of 160 million Ghana cedis. That is real operational efficiency, and that is something that I think people should know. Thank you. Next slide. So, having described where we're coming from, what we did with the resources you gave us, and then the outcome in terms of performance, what is the way forward? I think that's very critical, because we've now crossed the zero mark, and we can't keep talking about the past. So next year when I come, I will not talk about 2017. I'll talk about 2021, where we were in 2021 and where we are going in the future. We're done with the past. We have paid all the debts. We have repaired all the infrastructure. We are happy. We've paid bonus to our staff because it's in their collective bargaining agreement that when the company makes profit, a portion of it should be given back to staff as motivation. So for those of you who have brothers and sisters in Bost who haven't told you that they've made bonus, they've collected some nice money, please, for the wives of the Bost staff, for the girlfriends of the boss staff, please go and collect your portion. So, way forward. So, our strategy hasn't changed. We are still going to be pursuing our strategy with laser-focused attention. Our strategy is basically twofold. We want to enhance operational efficiency, which we have started, and you can see the operational efficiency. We're going to keep doing that a lot. But now the focus now will start moving from operational efficiency to aggressively growing the business. And that is why we talked about the LPG, new product in existing market. That is why we talked about exports. The guy in charge of exports is sitting here. He's supposed to ensure that he quadruples our export business, because that is what will help this country a lot. In terms of forex, we don't need to go and look for forex to bring in oil, because we sell in dollars, we collect our money in dollars. So that pressure on finance and the Bank of Ghana for forex will go down, and we believe we can play a key role. We are also building new pipelines. That will be a new route in an existing market. That would enhance our fortunes as well. So it's very simple. Continually become operationally efficient, and then grow the business for the people of Ghana. But we can't do any of this without building a good brand. At least the brand has improved a little. Because when I came in, my staff were not happy wearing their tags, their name tags in town. But now that we've made profit, all my tags want to wear the boss t-shirt and walk around town to show that, yes. So the brand is changing. So we're happy about that. But there's a lot of work to do to sustain that, to ensure that our ethics policies, our HR policies work. No favoritism, become performance focused. When you deliver, you make money. When you don't deliver, you don't make any money. So we're going to build a great brand and also build a good performance management culture. My staff and I, including the board, believe in meritocracy. So we're going to make sure that we extract a lot of value from the people you have mandated us to pay, but we'll get the value from them to ensure that we grow this business. So in a nutshell, this is our strategy, and those are the projects supporting the strategy. So you can see there's some green. Those ones, we've executed them. There are some white ones which we'll do next year, and then there's some red ones which has delayed, but we are getting back on track. So next slide. The focus for next year actually is re-export. And I'm very passionate about this re-export, because the absorption capacity for Ghana is small. But then there's a $970 million opportunity in Burkina Faso and Mali. And we want to tap into that. But in order to do that, we need a multi-sectorial approach. And I'm happy to let you know that the Minister of Energy is leading this discussion to ensure that all the non-tariff barriers that reduce our potential are removed by NPA, so that we can really aggressively grow the exports. The benefits of this will be huge in terms of, imagine we're getting $450 million out of this export. That's $450 million we don't need Bank of Ghana or Ministry of Finance to go and look for, to erode our reserves, to give to BOST. This is money that will come to BOST as cash, and that we can use it to bring in the products to BOST. So in the next few years, we're going to be heavily focused on this, and we hope that the obstacles in the re-export business is dealt with. Now, why am I passionate about this? In Singapore, if you look at where Singapore is not surrounded by landlocked countries, because the sea touches a lot of countries around Singapore. But Singapore has deliberately positioned itself for re-export, intentionally. So Singapore in 2021, their oil export was equivalent to 40 billion US dollars. How much is Ghana's GDP? Singapore's their total trade is 1.2 trillion US dollars, out of which 40 billion, not million, billion US dollars comes from oil re-export. Ghana is so fortunate that you have a lot of countries who depend on Ghana, who is close to the sea. So we have to be intentional about this re-export strategy, because it can really put Ghana on a certain level. This $1 billion, if we are intentional about it, I can promise Ghana that we can bring in almost 30 to 40% of that money to help cushion the depreciation of the city. So I guess that's the last slide. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And Madam Minister, thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you to the President once again. Thank you to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Thank you to National Petroleum Authority. Thank you to SIGA. Thank you to the Auditor General, who, without him identifying the flaws in BOST, the audit, we would not have put all those processes in place. Thank you to my board of directors, led by Mr. Ekow, whose focus on performance is par excellence. Thank you to the other board members. Thank you to my staff. Because guess what? These same people who were there in 2017 are the same people there today doing these wonders. And so I say thank you to them, because without them, I mean, I'm not the one going to monitor the tank farms and transfer products left, right, center. They are the ones doing the job. And thank you to Mother Ghana for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the insightful presentation, MD. If there is something that really, hit me in course of your presentation, it was the fact that you are making money or generating revenue doesn't mean you have to spend the revenue. It means you still have to be prudent and efficient in terms of financial management. Make sure you plug that the economic development of the country. I was also fascinated by the fact that revenue directly depends on repairs and maintenance of the infrastructure that we have in the sector. And just to note that you've been able to repair and spray all 4 barges, repair 12 out of 15 tanks, including tanks in Kumasi, APD, Bupe, and Bolgatanga, that you have been able to clear all tax arrears and ensure that there is equitable distribution of oil products to all parts of the country because of your operations. On behalf of Ghanaians, I also say thank you for your role in ensuring that when we go to the pump, we get oil. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite you, if you have any question for the MD of BOST, this is the best time to ask. If we see your hand, we'll bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. Okay.
Thank you. I'm impressed with the presentation. But I have a few questions. My name is Atamensa from GNE. Yeah. And so, apart from the BOST margin that help the company in repairing those infrastructures, where other sources did you get money in those investments? Maybe you can tell, maybe you borrowed money from somewhere to help in repairing the pipelines and then farm tanks. Then the operational deficiencies that were happening from 2012 to 2016, I realized a lot of efficiency going on. So I want to find out whether the audit that you conducted were able to implicate some people who were the cause of these efficiencies, the deficiencies. Yeah, if you're able to tell us. Then, the world is talking about energy transition, and they want us to use clean energy, use nuclear, use electricity in even our cars by even 2030. That is the projection. How is BOSS positioning yourself so that you don't lose out? We want BOSS to work so that we get money. How are you positioning yourself so that we don't lose out? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Nana.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Professor. There used to be a case where Ghanaians were hearing something like contaminated oil from BOSS. That was a very worrying situation, worrying trend. How have you dealt with that situation to, as it were, nip it in the bud, if something like that has happened before? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Nanapo.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. The last time you appeared here, you spoke about some procured pipelines that were locked up in Texas. I would want to find out what's the status. Have we been able to bring them down? Have they been installed? Did it play any role in improving your revenue generation? Thank you very much. The name is Cliff, Ghanaian Times. Yeah.
Okay, we can take 2 more questions. I can see Sarah's hand.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Apenkra. I report for TV3. MD, please, you mentioned that there are still conversations ongoing to find source of fund to buy the fuel for the strategic reserve. I want to find out how soon would this be resolved and what are the options available to them. I also want to find out the fuel available in our strategic stock. How many weeks will it take to finish?
Thank you for the question. Any other question? Okay, MD, I think that's the last one.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you for your questions as well. So, Mr. Atamenza, GNA, I'm happy you asked your first question because I nearly forgot the immense role National Procurement Authority played in our journey. So NPA gave us a loan as well, almost 30 million cedis. And that helped us a lot, in especially fixing the pipeline and then the bulk depot before the BOSS margin was approved. We are still paying back the loan with interest to the regulator, and so we say thank you. That's why I thank them very well. But this was the reason why I thank them. So in terms of other sources, yes, NPA. No bank was willing to lend us any money. No bank, because the state in which the company was. Don't forget that we also owed the banks a lot of money, 460 million Ghana cedis. So if you are the managing director of any of those banks, there's no way you would increase your risk with BOSS. So it was NPA and then the people of Ghana through the BOSS margin who came to our rescue. And so that's what happened. In terms of operational deficiencies, you said that the audit implicate people. Yes, a lot of the people who caused a lot of the mess, a lot of them had already resigned. Those that were found culpable were disciplined. I mean, there's currently, every time there's today, because of the audit findings, every time there's a disciplinary procedure ongoing. And as I speak to you, there are a lot of about 6 or 7 disciplinary procedures ongoing in BOSS. And if the people are found culpable, as per the collective bargaining agreement, they shall be dealt with. That is the only way you can change the culture. If people do stuff like that and you don't discipline them, then there's a problem. But you have to do it within the framework of the collective bargaining agreement to garner the support of all stakeholders, especially the unions. So we are working on that. Your last question was on energy transition. How is BOSS positioning so we don't lose out? My personal opinion on energy transition is that, when you talk about transition, it means that you are moving from A to B. It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is a gradual evolution. We are not going to. There's no energy in this world today that can compete with oil and gas. There's no energy in this world today that is reliable, plentiful, and available. No energy. The sun is not available 24 hours. The wind is not available 24 hours. They are all intermittent. And they are all very expensive sources of power. So I think the strategy should be an evolution, gradual evolution. And I'm sure you heard me talk about the transition fuel, which is the LPG and the gas. So BOSS putting in place infrastructure to take its rightful position in the transition journey. We are also going to we started building a lot of carbon sinks across the length and breadth of the country. We are partnering Forestry Commission, etc. Once they start the carbon trading, we'll take some points from the carbon trading to enable us also access some green financing out there. We know that the portfolio of funds will dwindle from dirty investments in dirty fuel to cleaner fuels. But as we gather our carbon credits, we should be able to use some to do some of these projects. So that is how we are positioning. Also, the Ministry of Energy has launched the Petroleum Hub. I'm sure you know about the Petroleum Hub. There's a Petroleum Hub authority or company that has been set up. We are positioned in there in terms of the storage and then the transportation infrastructure in the downstream sector. So that is how we are handling that. To Nana Poku talked about contaminated oil from BOSS. How have we dealt with? Normally, I talked about 15 processes. That meant that there were no real processes in-house. So where you don't have a lot of processes, it's free for all. And people with innovative minds can do stuff, especially when they would benefit from it. And so contaminated fuel, I can promise you, will be a thing of the past. The last bit of the contamination that we have to deal with is our products in trucks. The products ownership moves from BOSS to the truck owners. The truck owners now have to move their product from one place to another before they hand it over to BOSS again. Now our challenge we are having is that during that journey, sometimes what you talk about can happen. And so we're leveraging technology. We are putting in place mini laboratories in the various depots to identify the contaminated through the journey. And once that is done, the drivers will be held accountable, handed over to the police, etc. With contamination within BOSS, I can tell you for a fact that it's not going to happen again, because the depots now have been outsourced to a third party. So it's like you're paying insurance. That third party, I don't think it's in its interest to supervise contamination, because he will pay heavily for that. And since they came, TSL came to BOSS in 2015, I can tell you for a fact that we haven't had any product loss or any of these contamination any of these contaminations. So we have a grip on the contamination, and it won't happen again. Cliff, you asked about the pipelines in Texas. Oh, where have you been? As at November 2020, those pipelines have been delivered to Ghana. So we brought the pipelines to Ghana. And in 2023, if you look at the projects, it's in part of our plans for 2023. We would install that pipeline between, it's a 12-inch pipeline. The strategy is that it has to, as volumes are growing, the current 6-inch pipeline cannot take all the volume. So we would rather use the 6-inch pipeline to serve a different area between Easton and Volta, and then the 12-inch pipeline will go straight to Akosombo into the barges, and then it would serve the increasing volumes out there. So that is on our plan next year. Sarah, TV3, you talked about ongoing funds for strategic reserves, conversations. I don't want to preempt the policymaker, so I'm not going to answer that. I'll just let you know that there are serious conversations ongoing led by the Minister of Energy, of which I am part of, and there are other stakeholders. And you wanted a timeline. I know that by beginning of next year, I'm sure we would have found a solution. Not necessarily, I'm asking for more money, but there are other alternatives as well, and I don't want to preempt him, so I'll leave it like that. But I know that before January 1, 2023, I'm sure the minister will come out to announce the solution he's found for the country that would alleviate our petroleum security fears. Thank you very much.
Please, if you have any follow-up question. Okay, Ekow. And then, okay, I've seen another hand here. And yes, okay. So those will be the last set of questions. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ekow. I report for Bloomberg. Maybe I missed certain portions, but how much exactly in total were you owing, and how much have you paid, and when do you reckon you can complete the payment? And you also spoke about piping to the north, where you give an estimated about $1 billion opportunity. Must I tell you that the likes of Ivory Coast have also discovered hydrocarbons, and the Francophone clique will come in as your primus inter pares in terms of competition. What strategy do you have in that regard? And maybe finally, how challenging has it been? Because you spoke about all these things, but you still buy in dollars, but you sell your fuels in cedis. How do you resolve that conundrum, given that within a 1-year enclave, our cedi has moved from 6 to close to 12? How has that affected your top line, middle line, and bottom lines? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take the second and then the last.
Well, I asked 2 questions and he answered 1. I wanted to find out how much stock we had in the reserve and how long it will last.
Oh, he had already mentioned that. Okay. Yes, that they have 13 days, but together with they have about 50 to 55 days. Yes.
My name is Joshua Smith. I represent thinknewsonline.com. Okay. The last time you spoke to me, you mentioned that some 600 million you were chasing from some institutions. You mentioned it as a worry, and you also said that Yoko is also helping you in getting that. You said you were in court with some people. Can you give us up to speed on where you've got into so far?
Okay. So MD will answer the questions and also give us his concluding remarks.
Josh, I'll start from the bottom. Josh, thank you very much. The last time, it wasn't 600 million. I said about 60 million. And out of the 60 million, Yoko has collected almost 10% of this. The thing about those people who owe you boss margin, it's like VAT. They collect, the OMCs are supposed to collect the money on your behalf, because that is where the customer pays. A lot of them collect the money and use it for their personal interest, and the company dies. That's the challenge. So a lot of the companies, you can't find them. Even though they came in as OMCs, they operated for a while, rack up their boss margin, and then they vanish. Yoko is still working on this because now it's an economic crime issue, and I'm sure hopefully we can raise the veil and look for the directors behind those companies and attach their assets so that the people of Ghana can collect their money. So I hope that addresses your question. Stock in reserve, Madam, I'm sure Ekow asked three questions, very interesting. How much was owed, how much has been paid? Out of the $624 million, we have paid 100%. Out of the 100%, BOS paid 68% of that money. Government paid 32% of that money. In terms of exports, you asked, Cote d'Ivoire is also refining. That is true. And the French click. The competitive advantage we have is that the quality of our oil is better, is the best among the sub-regions. So a lot of the countries would rather prefer, in the absence of any non-tariff barrier, would rather Ghana to pick their products instead of going to Cote d'Ivoire. And so, yes, the more tariff barriers we put in place, the more we'll steer that opportunity to our neighboring countries. But if we're able to remove the non-tariff barriers, I can guarantee you that we will compete effectively and get a fair share. Especially, the second competitive advantage is Bolga. Bolga is so close to the border. Today, a lot of them travel about 900 kilometers to Accra to come and pick their fuel from some of the private depots. But if through MPA we put the right regulation in place, they will limit their travel to Bolga. And Bolga, the journey sometimes to Cote d'Ivoire, through Burkina to, from Mali through Burkina to Bolga, sometimes can be the same. And so they would rather prefer BOST. The critical thing is to remove the non-tariff barriers, and we can trade effectively, especially within the African Free Trade Continental Agreement framework. So we have acknowledged the threat. Thank you very much, but we'll work seriously to make sure we mitigate it. Price risk. You also asked, somebody asked about, was it you? Yeah, price risk. This is a trade secret that I won't want to divulge. Yes, the risk is real. Very, very, very real. You can buy products today, the next day in cities, the next day you go to the market, you will not get the same volume of money. How we are able to mitigate it to still make huge profits and not refinance any of our cargo since 2019. We have never refinanced any cargo in 2019, and every trade has been profitable. It's a trade secret I'm sure you would not want me to divulge publicly. So I won't divulge it publicly. But we have what it takes to make sure that for BOST, we manage our price risk reasonably. Central Bank supports us. The Central Bank supports all the BDCs, and we take advantage of the central banks, but we don't get everything we want. We don't get everything we want. We hope they will do much better for a state-owned entity like BOST, but they don't give us any preferential treatment. The other ways we manage it I can't divulge. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, MD and your team, for making time for this very important exercise. I didn't want it to end. There is so much to learn from your presentation, but it's to watch you and know that this is a leader who is visionary and has clarity in terms of the direction that he's sending the company for the benefit of all Ghanaians. So thank you so much for making time. Our friends, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We hope you spread the word, the good news, and let us all support BOST in delivering excellence. Have a good afternoon.
It's open and a champion. Turning you back, mommy. And after singing, I'll be like, pay up. I just rendered a service, so pay up.
Wait, talk of this music. You got any favorites in there?
Yeah, I have Me Pentem, I come don't change that song. You see the intro, that sound, that melody, that beat. It kills me.
You wanna give us a line if you like?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, 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 Me Pentem, I come don't change. The cratchy jay, and my son member why. Me Pentem, I go to you want your red jay, and my dad damn you. Oh, 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 I want me for free, and I would run and say, who be see me, ma? See a shop for fire, I see a do see a go.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. So now that you did sing your father's song, are you going to take money from me? Like,
I'm good.
Talk about that later.
I'm good. For so many years, I would do, okay, fine, I would do music. I'll call somebody, do you have a, I'd be like, I want to do music, what do you think? Like, it's in your blood. But then, I mean, my dad has already done it. Do you feel I should do it? And when Jackie came into the scene, Jackie today here, make a show no. I was like, okay, fine, I have passion for fashion, let me go and do fashion. They can do music, so let them do it. And then, as I said, once the calling comes, you can't really say
do anything about it.
I had to.
And then here we are.
So far, like, I'm like, why didn't I start?
Why didn't I start?
Why didn't? Way back, why didn't I start? Because I'm loving it.
You're loving it now.
It's really cool.
Great. I have seen a photo of Jackie and your father in the studio. Yeah, once she used it for, was it for a seed EP?
Yeah,
that photo. You talked about the fact that when you wanted to feel it deep down in your body, you spoke to your mom and then she gave you a recorder. Was there a time that you also spent time with your dad in the studio? Or did you ever see him record, or was just him doing music and maybe you were just that kid who used to mind her business?
I was that kid who used to mind her business. I love singing. I knew I could sing. But did I want to do music? Nah. Me, my own, I was just watching. I was like, I want to be an actress. I want to do fashion. I want to do this. So I was really minding my own business. But Jackie, she even when she was younger, she recorded a song with like one of my dad's studios. So she, yeah.
She was that one who was always close to daddy.
She was like, yeah, me dear, I'm doing music. But me, I was minding my own business.
So give us a line of like that.
Okay. Shake it, wind up, break it, baby, that's right. Shake it, wind up, break it. And now that you, I'm in the mood. Adore you, I want to move. Just me and you, move my body to the groove. Me, I wanna dance with you. Shake your bum bum, do this for you. I never knew me knew. Yeah. Gonna buckle for you, my baby. Smooth like a lotion. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Like that. Gonna buckle for you, my baby. Smooth like a lotion. Gonna sound, baby, my man.
Like that, like that.
Gonna say, baby mommy. You know, say, baby mommy. Gonna say, baby mommy.
Like that, like that.
Gonna say, baby mommy. You know, say, baby mommy. Gonna say, baby mommy. Like that, like that. I learned strongman verses, so let me add it.
Okay.
Other judge so. Pauti to me so. Whether they don't know about my body was so. Other and so now Papa many go so. And I do you mustn't my many Jews. So baby, I'm in the mood. She will make a cry, baby move. Oh, don't suffer me when mommy good. Ubi news I go for booze, baby, we are good. And every time I cheat to somebody got. Oh God, my baby your body back. Damn, I tell you lies, so the mean Lucy God. Mammy bomb no, the rich you hard. And I do other feeling near deep, Oh man, coming home, baby, when you're jeep, The jeep never came though.
Can you imagine? I love that, and I love that whole connection in the video and all that.
True.
So how did you get Strongman on it?
Through one of my team members.
Okay.
Yeah, after writing the song, I thought, nah, I need Strong G on this one. And then I told one of my team members, they were like, I can get him. We talked to his manager. He was like, no, why not? The song is nice, dope. I would love to be on it. Within 2 weeks, Strongman verse was ready. We delivered.
If she assumed a girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty,
No.
so...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Right there.
Green is the green light. A little birdie told me that most people do not obey the traffic sign of light. Yes, when your man or woman says stop by giving you the red light, you interpret it as green means go, or amber to just claim that they are indecisive. But no is a universal language that should be respected by all. This is your favorite 18+ show, Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back after this break.
Right there.
Welcome back. This is Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Today is a special edition. Yes, we're going to discuss the signs. Some people say that when you're in a relationship, you might be in the relationship alone because it's not formal. There's no formal word to say, okay, we've kickstarted the relationship, but in your head, this is a relationship. And also sometimes too, when you meet up with your partner, maybe you are not in for sex, but they claim that, oh, the sign, just because you accepted an invitation to come, it means you are ready for it. How do people miss the sign? So to help me do justice to today's topic, I have with me Elliot Nuete. He's a multimedia journalist. Elliot, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
First time on my set.
Yeah, I'm a fan of your show. I've been watching you, following you on YouTube, reading your stories on GhanaWeb, interesting guests, and I think it's a great show.
We're going to have fun.
We would.
You have to defend the men because everything lies on your shoulder.
Why not? I'll carry it proudly.
Okay, great. I'm not doing this alone with Elliot. I have with me here Stella Sogli. Stella is a journalist. Stella, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like more of a journalist kind of thing. Yes. So we're going to educate entertain and then give out the information as we say we do.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things on social media. There are a lot of stories, a lot of them on GhanaWeb. But sometimes there's a very thin line between yes and no. And for me, even before you ask your questions, yes is yes,
no is no. You don't have to miss
Period.
it. Period.
End of story.
Okay, let me start with, they say ladies but let me just put that aside and let me start with our gentleman, Elliot. I want to find out, should every relationship start formally? Should this, when I say that, it means a man asking you, I want to be your boyfriend, would you be my girlfriend situation? Or maybe when we cook, you clean, you do the girlfriend or boyfriend duty, then that's it?
No. Personally, I think that every relationship should start formally. Because it's a formal contract. Relationships are different. Friendship can start without any formal notification, but when it comes to a love relationship, I feel it should start formally because of the characteristics that come with it. In love relationship, people would want commitment, people would want respect, people would want to be entitled and whatsoever. And you can't be entitled to someone when there is no official agreement. So to me, I feel that there should always be an official agreement between two people when they want to embark on a love relationship. So
what's your type? Are you the man who goes to a lady like, oh, I have feelings for you, I think we've been talking for a while, so let's kickstart something? Or you do the, I don't want to use the Mr. POP thing. I don't want to use that term. But then you just wait till things settle, or maybe the appointed time. What's your time? How do you do it? I put you on the spot. I know, right?
Well, I would say I'm both of the two types that you mentioned. I'm not the type that would go straight to a lady and say, well, I'm interested in you, I want us to start a relationship. I like to study people, because there are people who give you indication, the ladies who give indication, and
indication, that's the thing.
And you think this lady is interested in you for you to propose, and then you be bounced. I hate to be bounced. I hate to be rejected. So I would make sure that you are in for it. So if I start with probably friendship, and that is not to say if I want a love relationship with you, I'll come as a friend. No, I won't come as a friend.
You declare your intention.
Yeah, I would communicate with you. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. But I would never make you understand that you are my friend. No, we are not friends. That is not what.
But have you had a lady pop up a question to you, a lady propose to you, or initiate a relationship?
I've never seen or had a lady propose to me that I love you, but the signs, like what's a spoon? Let us spoon. Let us do this.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay. Okay, great. Elliot, so if a woman, maybe in your life, it could be anyone, start assuming the girlfriend role, cooks for you, wash, clean, gives you some, good sex, warm your bed, does that automatically confer the girlfriend title on her?
No.
So we can do the cleaning, we can do the cooking, whatever, but once it's not formal, we shouldn't assume that we are your...
So guys, I wouldn't want to say every guy is opportunistic, but most people are. And it depends on the value we place on that particular lady.
Okay.
So I know, I have a very good friend called Murphy. Yeah, okay. She's, what's her name? Mercy.
Shout out to Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Murphy. I most often forget her name. I won't allow such a lady to do all that for me because I value her friendship and what she offers me. Because I know that the next moment she pulls out the girlfriend card and I said, no, we are no longer, we were not in that particular relationship, you are not my girlfriend, you are just a friend. And whatever we did was agreed, I think that person would go and I'll lose every benefit that comes with it, as well as the friendship that I cherish the most. So it depends on the value you place on the lady in question, and then the kind of relationship you want to have with the person.
No, I just want to find, like, I have ladies say that, oh, I did cook for you, good company, maybe introduce you to family and stuff like that. So in her mind, she thinks it's the green light. You get, even though maybe it's not official.
No.
So with that, if she assumes the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty,
no.
So...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Wait, but you enjoyed, as you said, you guys love opportunists, like, if I should borrow the word.
It's just like saying, let me just turn the tables around. It's like saying, hello, Mefe, can I meet you at the mall? Let me get you a dress. You would say yes to it. But that does not give me the right to assume I'm your boyfriend. No.
So a man can invest in a woman for all he likes.
Yeah.
If the woman has not accepted him as
a boyfriend,
her boyfriend,
there is no relationship.
So it's just
we are normal friends. Yes. So some people would want to draw the line. So maybe I see you are cooking for me, and I know, and I get an indication that you are doing it because you want to be my girlfriend, and I don't want that particular relationship, which I ask you to stop right away. Do you get it?
Okay.
To keep the friendship that we have. But if I also want to exploit you, who doesn't like to be cooked for?
Free.
I mean, if you cook for me, it will save me money from buying outside. If you are giving me free sex, it will save me the stress of going to a club or going to a pub to go and convince a lady for 3 hours to come and sleep with and all that. Do you get it? You are giving me all that for free. And it's not like I'm even begging for it or I'm paying anything for it.
Okay.
So, and that is understandable. I assume that you like it. That is why you are doing it.
Not because
you want a relationship with me. And also in a time that we find ourselves in, I think when my daddy tells me sometimes that in her time, when a lady in his time, when a lady is cooking for you, it's either she's been sent by her family or by her mother to do that. Not just that so if you allow the lady to do that, then it means that you've understood that this is where you are leading to. So if the lady summons you to any elder, you'll be held guilty.
Okay.
But in our time that we are all liberals and and we feel like I have the right to do what I want to do and I can do what I feel like I should do. I will assume that you feel you should cook for me. You feel that you should sleep with me. And I mean, if I'm generous, I'll give you some.
Great. I like the ending. Still, whose responsibility is to initiate the relationship? And why are Ghanaian girls reluctant? Why don't you initiate? When you like a guy, you don't give the green lights like, okay, this is it, this is a go. But you guys go round and round. Why you do that?
I feel like growing up with the kind of stories I hear and the setting that you grow up with, the environment, there's no way. When I was 15, 13, 14, there was no way I was going to tell any guy that I liked him. Not me. But today, 2022, at the age that I am, I'll gladly do it. And I feel like everyone should be able to. In an age where we are fighting for equality, nothing stops you from asking someone or telling the person that you like them. I mean, when you look at our cultural setting and you want to do things the cultural way or
you want to go traditional.
Yes. And even the Bible says that a man will leave his house, a woman will leave her house, and they will be together. It didn't say that the man will come for the woman from their house. So I'm sure those things were just things that we human beings created. So if you feel like you like someone, there's someone that you like, I mean, it's an open conversation that you're supposed to have. Bouncing is hard, it's painful.
It's part of life.
But, you know, I mean, after you've been bounced as a girl, it feels somewhere like, hey, hold me, you bounce me. But I also feel like there are a lot of ways that you can do it. Not necessarily throwing yourself at the person, because I hear men don't like women who appear cheap. But sometimes they are enthused by the fact that you are confident, like you don't mind asking yourself. So there are so many ways to kill a cat.
But still, you know, women, our gender, we are shy and all that. How best can you go? Should you take him on a date? Should you write him a letter? Why should you take him to pop up the question?
Well, I think it's not cast in stone. You just have to be creative about it.
Okay.
I mean, yesterday I was telling my colleagues that I was just reading my email and I found out that I was flirting with someone in a mail. They're like, girl, in your mail. I mean, there are lots of ways to go about it. But it depends on who you are with. You may have been with a person for some time and you know what they like. You can get him anything ask him how he feels about you.
Okay.
Have the conversation. You know, sometimes asking someone how they feel about you and what they would do if they found themselves in certain situations will give you some answers. And I also, this is a tip, always listen. Like, listen with rapt attention. Listen, because they say a lot of things. A man who likes you will be giving you hints in the way that he talks, and sometimes those things are green lights for you to go on and ask the question, not the green lights for you to assume that okay, you are in something, but that green light will tell you if this is a fertile ground. Can I move on? Should I go? Yes.
Yeah.
Should I go? So you have to listen. Pay attention to some of the things like that. Some people say, "Oh, I like a woman who is this," and you just realize that, like, you're like that kind of person. You are doing that kind of thing. Okay, I like a woman who is like this. You know that, okay, like you are fitting into the role. So it gives you the green light to go ahead and ask that, okay,
all right,
are we doing this or not?
Great. Now, friends with benefit. There are some relationship where we just know that, of course, there's no strings attached. We're just making love. We love each other's company. The sex is good. You get what I'm saying? There's not a boyfriend relationship for a man or woman. There are people who are committed relationship who are friends with benefits. There are people in marriages who are doing it. If we are being realistic, we agree that this is what's happening. Now, what will cause someone who sign up for friends with benefits kind of relationship to now opt for the real deal? Now you catch feelings.
Friends with benefits. Oh, no strings attached, and I assure
don't catch
you,
feelings.
the strings will attach.
The
strings will definitely attach. I don't want to go into details before I start.
Stella, please go.
Say things I'm not supposed to say, but the strings will attach because you know sex is more than just having it. Sex goes beyond, like emotions are involved. You are. The guy is literally entering.
It's an entry plan.
The guy is literally entering you, and you expect that there will be no emotional attachment or connection after that. Are you kidding? There will be. So
maybe women are the one that I hear they catch feelings, but then the men, their hearts as strong as hard as a rock.
Men do catch feelings as well.
I would agree and not agree with Stella.
Okay.
Because if a guy sleeps with a prostitute for just one time, there is no connection because of the mindset that the guy has, and this is psychologically proven. This is yes, that's something I agree with you partially. So if it's just about the sex, then nothing is happening.
You can hit and go.
Yes, because if you pay to have sex with the prostitute, psychologically your mindset is I'm buying sex to satisfy my immediate needs. So after that, there is no connection. But with friends with benefit, it can start just like you sleeping with a prostitute. I have an edge, because it's friends with benefit because you are giving her something that she wants. And most often it is material, money, clothes, gift, whatever it may be, in exchange of sex and even attention. It's not all the time that friends with benefit is all about sex.
No, I'm talking about the one that got sex, that at the moment there's feelings attached.
So with sex, you have sex with the same person for more than 5 times, there will be a connection. Because when you have sex, the body releases certain is it enzymes? Hormones. Sorry, I forgot the name of that hormones that brings about connection and happiness. Anytime you have sex, you are relaxed, you are excited, and this is psychologically proven. So if you're having sex with one person for more than 10 times and your body is releasing that same hormones of happiness,
you're gonna catch feelings.
You would catch feelings.
Energy.
And most people, and it's also proven that most ladies give out sex for love. Okay. So although they are saying I want friends with benefits, they are hoping that whilst you are sleeping with me, it will translate into a proper relationship.
Okay.
And guys, after a period of time, would also become possessive. Are you sleeping with this guy also? Meanwhile, we're just supposed to be friends with benefits. So there would always be a string. There's that. I don't believe in friends with benefits and it will just end there. No.
Great. You're still watching Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's discussion is interesting. Like, it's one that is very educated, because a lot of people have been getting it wrong. How green is the green light? Some people, you just assume you are in a relationship before you realize you're in a relationship alone. You're dating yourself, and then when it's setting like that, there's disappointment and all that. So I pray and hope that you take down the suggestion and the advice coming from our guest to spice up that relationship. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, moving forward, Elliot, why are most women, I don't want to say Ghanaian, it's kind of universal, but when it comes to Ghana, it's very rampant, it's a big deal. Why are they shy to ask for sex? Why can't a woman just call you and book a dick appointment? Yeah.
Well, once again, it's a cultural thing. Even our parents are afraid, I don't use the word afraid, are shy of talking about sex. Do you get it? Meanwhile, everyone knows about sex. Now, if I ask about sex, or if I ask for sex from my boyfriend, how is he going to see me?
No, but I can imagine how men go. You want it, everything. Your body shows that you want it. Why don't you say, baby, I want it? Take it. Play with his mind, like, you know.
And to be very honest, a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward. I can't do that, to be very honest. I can't call a lady and say, oh, let us have sex. No.
No, maybe, like, you know, you can tease.
Good,
like, you know, tease.
Good.
So leave the signs here and there.
Probably you can lead a person on. But to ask for it, I feel it's weird. And it's because, so it's not just a lady thing. I think it's for both sexes.
Wait, let me just chip in this, Elliot. If you are shy to ask, then what are you doing in the relationship? Because a relationship is, you are open, that person is your best friend and all that. Wait, then it means people are in boring relationships, because if you want it, you go for it.
Okay.
Unless maybe the person is not in that relationship, or you guys don't have sex in your relationship, it's different. But
I personally, I don't believe in, you know, when I was at the university, well, guys do that, but even they will suggest that, Oba may say you, but like Obana mi hu say wa adwin wo honoma, abi your mind say wa adwin wo e bibi betimi akosu. But they can't say that let us have sex.
No, you don't have to say let us. There's 1001. Want to make out, I want to, you know, taste your honey pot. Okay, so that's the thing. You guys just go forward and say I want to have sex. Like, that's so
good.
Like, no. Google, there are so many ways. Even the woman, the vagina, there are so many ways to term it. So if you could have like a quote, when you send it to her, she knows that, okay, it's dick appointment time. Find such things. Find a term for it. Maybe you want to go to China. I want to go shopping.
Well, I think that with that, the modern lady is able to do it. Sometimes when you follow conversations on Twitter, Instagram, is it Oloni? There's this famous lady like that, and you see them sending the cucumber emoji with some water splash. You know that this is exactly what the lady wants, and that is why I use the word modern lady. Those who are, I would describe a modern lady as someone who has been exposed to a higher level of education, has seen a particular society, a bad bitch type.
Okay. Good girl gone bad.
Such a person have come to understand that at this age and time there's something called equality. Such a person would probably be a feminist or believe in the idea that what a man can do, a woman can also do. So if a man can suggest that let us have sex, she can also suggest that let us have sex. But if you look at the proper African, is that politically correct? But if you look at the traditional woman, that person would find it very difficult to ask about sex, and even to talk about sex when they are suffering. Not even when they want to have sexual pleasure, but when they are going through, when they are having a health issue relating to their sex. So whilst at the university, I was a peer counselor at the units for testing for HIV/AIDS and what have you. And sometimes when you are coming for the test, we have to groom you, we have to prepare you for the actual test. So we'll walk you through what HIV/AIDS is, how you can contract it and all that. And you get an indication that sometimes we are talking to ladies especially, they feel very uncomfortable about it. They feel very uncomfortable discussing their own reproductive system and why their reproductive system makes them more prone to contracting HIV than guys are. So the topic of sex locally is not something that anyone would want to talk about it. Even in our classroom, when teachers are teaching sex, you get that it's very uncomfortable.
But ladies, please, you should start talking. If you want it, go for it.
Yeah,
Access shall be given unto you.
I think it should
but I think men should start punishing their women. If you are that type who don't want to talk about, let her deal with it. It's so obvious she wants it. The woman, if she doesn't say it, she doesn't give you the green light, because you can be charged for rape. If she comes to say, oh, I did not initiate it, we'll later talk about that. But Stella, I want to find out from you, what are the official signs for the women who don't love to openly call for the dick appointment? What are some of the official signs we draw?
Don't leave us cucumber in raining age.
No, like official, maybe pre, and when she's with you, what are some of the signs? Because you know we are talking how green is the green light. Maybe what she's given is not given, but you are interpreting it like maybe she wants some, so I should give her.
So just like I said earlier, it's not really cast in stone, because different things work for different people.
Different women.
Yes. Some people don't like very explicit conversations. They want to flirt in different ways.
Let's say classy.
What would you want to eat tonight?
Okay. I'm on the menu.
Exactly. Like, do you care if I send you some boob pics?
Okay.
Or I'm feeling a bit tingly in my body. Do you want to press?
Okay.
Do you care for a massage? Maybe the guy says, oh, I'm so stressed at work today. Okay. Do you want a massage I can end happily? And there are hints that people drop. I'm like, okay. And these days, you have stickers, WhatsApp stickers that can do it for you. So you can drop some. And then if you're asked if you want some, you can say yes.
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But then when the woman is with you, maybe in a room,
yeah, so when you get there, you get there. Well, so let me put this out. I'm in no way encouraging premarital sex.
For the record.
For the records. But for the signs that when you're around, I mean, you should know things that turn your partner on. That one is well, a lot of people say they don't know until it happens, and I think that is a genuine case. Some people don't really know what actually turns them on. Maybe it's just some boys can see you and they're already turned on. You don't have to do anything extra. Some people like to see you in a certain type of clothing. Some people also want to see you do stuff, lie down in a certain way. But the first thing I'll say is, if you want it, let the person know. Don't just be dropping hints. What if I don't get it? Or maybe what if I had a very bad day at work, or I've done something that didn't go through, I'm in some type of stress, and you're dropping hints. And I can't even read the signs. So how am I even going to start?
Communicate.
Exactly. My point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it. You know, sometimes they say sex helps you to release stress and all that. So you've seen that your partner is stressed. You can offer to make them tea, coffee, cook their favorite meal. Try to just hold them. Sometimes you're just holding the person.
And cuddle. You cuddle.
Exactly. You're just holding the person, and then it can happen.
Before you know.
Yes, it's happening. But the first of all, communicate. If you want to, just say.
Right. Now, Elliot, most men have been accused of rape. How hard is it for a man to stop? Maybe when you are inside the woman, you are in it, and she's like, no, I don't want it. Can you say you're strong enough, you are disciplined enough to say, okay, I'm taking it out?
Elliot comes to that point. I feel like that thing that girls do, like in the middle when you're telling me that you don't want it anymore, it's really not fair. Because if both of us are going to consider our feelings, I don't know if a lot of women will agree, but making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals.
Men who
are good at
are able to make women come should be given medal.
Seriously, because
a lot of women are going around but they've never orgasmed, but they're having sex, like, you know.
Yes, so you are supposed to know how to do it, because a woman's body is a whole lot. Even we as women don't even understand.
So that when a woman tells a man to stop in the middle of the act,
I feel like
you're not being fair.
You're not being fair because you are only considering how you are feeling at that point.
No, but I beg to differ. It can be rape. Even if I'm your wife and I tell you.
It is
yes,
rape.
It is rape because in the middle you are telling me to stop.
Which is a red light, stop.
Yes, which is very genuine. You have the right to do that. But I feel like it's not fair to the man as well, because we both signed up for this. And during the signing up, you didn't tell me that I may be bored at a point too. So when I say I don't want to do it,
a lot of men have been
stop.
charged. You know that there's been news where the man will say that you gave consent.
Yes.
But how hard is it? Because we often saying, okay, if she says stop, you have to stop.
Well, personally, I think that our constitution and then our Sexual Offences Act is very biased and is against men. Now, if you look at the definition of what rape, it includes penetration. And you know that women don't penetrate, so it makes it almost impossible for the man to be raped. If you are looking at the definition of what rape is, so per our constitution, it's safe to say that men don't get raped, which is a very big lie. And if you look at the circumstances and then the examples of what could lead to a rape, one is that you agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour, and then you just told me to stop.
Break.
At that particular moment, when I break, the chances are that I would cause accidents or somersault and all that.
And die.
So I think it is very unfair. And personally, I feel it's about time that we review that part of our constitution, that part of the Sexual Offences Act, and look at it again to be fair to
now
everyone.
Let me play the devil's advocate. Sympathy sex. A man could press you on. You say you are not in the mood, but then they are in your neck, they are dick all over you, and then let me just do the tip, I'll just rub, and all those lies that they give. It's not true. Now, if in the case where you put the woman through the whole sympathy thing and she's like in the heat of the thing, she gives in, and then at that point she says no, it's no. I think that is a clear case of rape. If you call the VAR or whatever it is, this is a clear rape case.
Yes, and I'm a very huge advocate for consent. Like, if the person says they don't want it, no, they don't want it. But the other point I'm making about it's not being fair to the man.
It's when there's consent.
It's when there's consent.
Initially.
Like, we both agreed that, okay, we are going to do this. But there were no clear-cut details of the contracts that, okay, when it gets here and I'm tired, we are supposed to stop and all of that. I think that in as much as a man, you're supposed to stop for integrity's sake, for legal reasons, and for respect. It's still not fair to the man, because at that point, what are you expecting him to do? So I feel like if you are someone, except in cases where, you know, sometimes you can get bruised during the act, maybe they hit you too hard, you are feeling a certain type of way, you are allowed to communicate. And there are men who constantly ask you, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, how should I do it? Are you feeling pains? Is this? All those things come up. So if it is one of those situations, yes, we are okay too. But you can't just say no. Okay, so if you are saying no,
but
we
cannot just say no, but it's doable. It is doable.
And I feel like for this particular one, I'm on the men's side.
Okay.
If the man says, if the lady says midway, beginning, end, if she says no, please stop.
Great. Elliot, blue balls, how real is it?
It's very real. I don't know how to explain it, but
because
it's very
most
real.
women sometimes, when it's in the case of sympathy sex, the fact that the man introduced, I might get blue balls and will hurt, they just, okay, you go ahead and do whatever you want.
And I want to say that is also rape. So the term sympathy sex makes it dignified, but it's also rape. Compelling someone to have sex with you, it's just like a lecturer-student relationship. The students would give in because of the the status of the person or the effects of the impacts or the repercussions of what will happen if they don't give in. That is the same thing that happens with sympathy sex. Now with blue balls is simply the pain that a person, especially guys, go through for keeping and preventing an ejaculation for so long. Do you know that when you are, as a guy, when you are sexually aroused, you have to ejaculate? That is the only way we ease ourselves. So if you keep that in for a while, that is what causes the blue balls, and it's very painful. Sometimes, I don't know if I'm describing it the right way, but you feel that your intestines are being pulled in, like it's very painful. And
yeah, making the thing horrifying.
Yeah,
the other guys
but it's very painful. It's very painful, and I want to touch briefly on the stop in the act thing. Now, once again, I think that the sexual offences should be looked at.
Yeah.
And
so then you add your final advice.
Yes, and then we take into consideration the context of it. Now, there are some ladies you have sex with them for a period of time, and in previous sex they say stop, and they mean don't stop.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
There are some.
So it gets to a time where they mean stop, and you assume that, oh, this lady, I know her. When she says stop, it means that maybe you should go harder. When she says stop, it means that maybe you put her in this position. When she says stop, she means that, say, be quiet, be a good girl to daddy. Do you get it? Some of those things. So sometimes our laws makes it very biased and then unfair, and punish innocent men.
You should do a petition. Let's see, we will see some people to sign. Stella, your final words.
Well, my final words, just like I've been saying from the beginning, communication is key. And no matter where you are, friends with benefits, you don't know what it is called, it's not named, a relationship, whatever it is, communicate. That is the place where you can find the greenest of the green lights. If you want a green light, ask. If they give it to you, fine. If they don't, just walk away. I always tell my male friends, if the girl comes home and she's wearing a hot booty short and she's twerking, she's doing all the things, and you're like, damn, this light is green. And you ask her and she's like, oh, I'm not in the mood. Let her go home.
Yeah, even if it's 1 p.m., let her go.
Yes, let her go home. Or let her sleep in the boys' quarters or something. Maybe when she sleeps in your room, you may be tempted to do something which is not right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If the person says no, is no. No matter how horny you are, who you are, if you think you cannot, just let her go home. She has a home. She's not an orphan or an outcast. Let her go home. So yes, respect women when they say no. And no is no, yes is yes. Don't stop means go on. Stop means stop. Red is red.
Green
There's no in between.
Thank you very much for gracing my set and also educating us, and of course there are a lot of things that we've said, we've discussed, and I just really hope and pray that women take that into consideration, because sometimes a lot of men say that when a woman says no, it means yes, but we have to clear that. And also the issue of relationship, once the person hasn't confirmed that we are in a formal relationship, you should not assume that, you know, this is it. You might end up being in a relationship with yourself. So I did this with Elliot Note. He's a multimedia journalist, and Stella Sogli, one of my favorite journalists. He does the business reporting stories. Her stories are really cool. You should check it out. Thank you very much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good fun, and then
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been an insightful one.
Thank you.
Ladies, whatever you do, don't propose.
Okay, this has been Mourns and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back next time with something bigger and better. Thanks for watching.